Hello, and welcome to this, our 243rd live stream, In Search of Nuance. And this is, of course, a reference to our Monday Bible study on Romans. And if you haven't watched that, please go and check that out. We don't have much in the way of channel business, so we're just going to plug the book and move on here, which is we are going to plug today All the Stars as Angels, which is the second in our War of the Gods science fiction series. So if you haven't read that, please do so, and please leave a review. Reviews really help us. You want to help us without paying any money at all? That's the way to do it, is to leave book reviews. Okay? So, please buy the book, of course, but right now, the ebook is really, really inexpensive, so less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks. So, there you go. Okay, again, we don't have much in the way of channel business. Just to let you guys know, I'm operating on less than 3 hours of sleep because I have been writing all night. So, I'm punchy. All right, let's get to the channel rules, and then we'll start with your questions. Channel rules, same as always. Super chats have priorities. Who wants coffee from Star Yucks? Yeah. That coffee is nasty. That coffee is nasty.
Cream, sugar,
well, yeah, that's exactly why they dump a whole bunch of cream and caramel into it, because you can't stand the coffee. Well, I mean, they use low quality beans that are over roasted. That's the Starbucks secret. Okay, so channel rules. Super chats have priority. That's the same as always on every channel. It guarantees that your question gets seen, but not necessarily answered. But we also take non-super chats too.
To explain that, we take questions around the topic. So if they have non-super chats,
okay. Non-super chats, we do take non-super chats. We ask that you put a Q and a colon in front of it, so that we see it. If we don't, no Q, no colon, we don't see it. We also want to make something clear too, which is that we don't guarantee that we answer your non-super chat. All right, we will take non-super chats that are around the current discussion at the moment, and not even all of those. Okay, so just keep in mind that it's not putting a Q and a colon in front of your question is not a guarantee it gets taken. But if you don't put the Q and a colon in, it's guaranteed we don't see it. Okay? So, just keep that in mind. Also, post your non-super chats only once. If you post it more than once, that we consider that question spamming and we'll disqualify your question for the night. If it's a verse from the Bible, we ask that you give us some context. What book it's from, what chapter, and what verse. That's really important for us to find things. Okay? Andrew Graham goes, make the question interesting too. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, make the question interesting. If you make it interesting, we're much more likely to take it. If you ask me some obscure question about the authorship of the New Testament book of Obadiah, I'm probably not going to take that. Just say it. All right. Or Philemon, or whatever it was. Yeah, obscure New Testament questions are less likely to be taken than really interesting Old Testament ones. Okay. We ask that we also allow questions to be sponsored. We ask that you copy that question into the super chat. So again, we don't have to go hunting for it. It makes just life easier for us. And finally, one question per chat, because that's only fair. All right? Alrighty. So that's the that is the channel business. Let's get to the questions. All right, first question here is from Darkblade, who asks, can this year's ETS game be Magic the Gathering instead? No. Okay, and it's not that I'm so against Magic the Gathering, okay? It's that, one, I don't know how to play Magic the Gathering. Two, I've never played Magic the Gathering. Three, I don't own any Magic the Gathering cards. That sort of is a, and it doesn't do a quick play that well. Well, it can do a quick play. You can do a quick play with Magic the Gathering, but I just don't happen to have any of the cards, and I've never played it, and I don't know how to play it. So I can't referee a game I've never done, never played, and don't know and own any of the merch for. I do, however, have lots of dragon dice. That's why we play D&D. Yeah, aren't the cards somewhat expensive? Yes, they're really expensive. Especially if you're just buying them in the packs. So I never got into it. I never got into whole Magic the Gathering thing. It just wasn't of interest to me. And again, I'm not into sort of collector games that require a lot of collections. Okay, so if you have to keep buying cards to be good proficient at a game, that's not for me really. So Jack Ray goes, I never liked card games. You know what? I'm not really fond of card games either. It just yeah, it doesn't do anything for me. Andrew says Magic the Gathering doesn't have the same ring as Dungeons and Dragons. It doesn't, does it? I mean, I respect people who like it, but I just never got into it, so we won't be doing it at ETS. Okay, so that's the first question. Next one here is from King Bubby. My tab already crashed. Why don't you buy into the documentary hypothesis from a scholarly perspective? Okay, several reasons. Okay, first of all, the oldest texts we do have in the Bible are found in the Pentateuch. You know, things like the Song of the Sea. Okay, with the documentary hypothesis, it's prophets before Pentateuch. Okay, so much of the documentary hypothesis believes that the prophets came and wrote before the Pentateuch was written. And I just don't buy that. The second thing is I don't buy it on a literary level. Okay, I think the whole documentary hypothesis is, and we should explain what this is. The idea of the documentary hypothesis is that there are 4 schools of redaction that basically took oral texts and redacted them over time and then started editing each other's texts. And so you have 4 schools. You have the J, E, P, and D schools of redaction. The Yahwist, the Elohist, the Deuteronomist, and the Priestly school. Okay, so now, did any of these schools actually exist? We have no evidence for them. We have no evidence that there were these theoretical documents prior to the formulation of the Pentateuch, because they're all oral documents. So, 4 schools, Hugglepuff. That's about it. The other thing that I find that's really I don't like about the documentary hypothesis is that it does actually violence against the literary virtuosity of the text. Okay, like for example, there's such a priority with the documentary hypothesis to find the various schools of redaction within a text that it will tear a text apart looking for that. It's like they've got a hammer and all they see every problem now as a nail. So I don't like that. I think that does. I mean, there are times when, say, the biblical authors will use repetition, intentionally use repetition. They will use contradiction for literary purposes. They will do, say, semantic restriction, which is basically they say one thing, and then they say something else that's slightly different right beside it to reduce the semantic range. Okay? These are not evidences of what redaction critics would call doublets. This is evidence of literary virtuosity. So a lot of documentary hypothesis scholars don't see literary virtuosity, they see doublets instead. So they're not looking to get the meaning of the text as presented by the literary device. They're looking to tear the text apart to try to determine which school said what. So this brings confusion to the text. It doesn't clarify the text in any way. Yeah. Invitacion says sometimes they try to do it word for word, saying that one single passage has 4 schools of redaction. Yeah, they do. I mean, it's really nuts. And the other thing is, the other reason I reject it too is nobody can agree on which school is redacting what. You will look through the history of documentary hypothesis, and everyone has a different opinion on which passages are redacted by whom. There's no standard criteria. There's no standard way of approaching text. Everyone is doing it, basically in Lone Ranger style. It's not what we would call a theory that's replicatable. Okay? So you got that too. Now, I do think that there were core documents of the Pentateuch that were edited, arranged, compiled, smoothed, grammar updated. But that's more of a supplementary hypothesis than this idea of, say, the documentary hypothesis, where they're sort of whole-scale redacting it willy-nilly. So I just don't think it's a good theory. I don't think it's sound. It's a theory in decline too. That's the other thing. The supplementary hypothesis is quickly overtaking it as the sort of explanation of choice for how we got the Pentateuch. So Rich Adams asks, why is there doublets in the text? Here's the thing. A lot of them, there is not a single doublet I have found that cannot be explained better as a literary device. Okay? There aren't doublets. At least not as far as I can tell. What I see is a variety of literary texts that the author used to express themselves in a manner consistent with, say, literature, okay, or to amplify the text. So I don't think there's doublets in the text. I have not seen a single doublet that cannot be explained by some other means. So, and usually that other means is a superior way of explaining the text. Okay, so I don't think there are doublets, unless you're talking about, say, poetic doublets, but that's intentional. You're supposed to have doublets in poetry. Am I suggesting that the people who use the documentary hypothesis need to read literature? Yes, they need to read literature. Oh boy. I do think a lot of these Bible scholars need to do one, a logic class. Oh, they so need to do a logic class. The second class they need to do is one on basic literature. Things like rhetoric. Yeah. I mean, these seems, I mean, it strikes me. I mean, let's face it, English 100 classes are junk. But it does strike me that a lot of these people need to take a 300 level literature class. One that discusses actual literary devices. Like metonymy, alliteration, contrast, amplification. repetition. I mean, most of these guys can barely recognize a chiastic structure. These guys are not ready for advanced literature. They're just not. It's just crazy. Okay, so that's why I don't accept the documentary hypothesis. It's just not a good theory. It doesn't help. It doesn't help us understand the text. It helps us tear apart the text. And I don't need that. I don't think anyone needs that. Gandalf says, "Stay with me now. Ancient people were a lot smarter than we give them credit for. They had nuance in their writings." Yes, search for nuance. We're back to that. Big Destiny Style says, "I think I had one useful English class in my life. I had, and I'm not saying English here. Okay, I'm saying literature. Frankly, I got a lot of this from my Greek and Latin literature class. Okay, I didn't get this from English, an English course. I got this from a Greek and Latin literature class. Okay, now let me talk about what that class was like. Because it wasn't the Bible. This was not a biblical studies class. Not at all. We studied things such as Horace, Sophocles, Euripides, Aeschylus, Cicero, Plautus, Plotinus, Ovid. I mean, these were the greats of Latin and Greek literature. I'm getting sick of saying it because it's just daft. But literature. Bible Trek 3: The Search for Nuance. Okay. Darkblade, 100 points for using the proper classical pronunciation as Kikoro. Okay, let me just qualify that, okay? That is the proper classical Roman period pronunciation. But it's not the English pronunciation. The pronunciation is Cicero. And here's the thing I think we need to understand about those pronunciations too. Is we get our pronunciations from the French. So instead of Kaiser, which is kind of a CG guttural kind of Kaiser, it's Caesar. Because we get our pronunciation of Caesar from the French. So we do have an proper English pronunciation for Cicero. Okay? But in the old Latin Republic, it would have been Cicero. So I do sometimes switch between them, but it's one of those things that there is a proper English pronunciation, and there is an old Roman Latin pronunciation, and there's an ecclesiastical Latin too. There's lots of pronunciations for this. There's even a British school pronunciation of Latin. Okay, so yeah, I mean, there are people who get really uptight about this stuff, but I don't think there's any any reason. Romans go home. That was funny. That little Latin skit was hysterical. It's not the accusative, it's the locative. Monty Python, yeah. Yeah, I think it was from In the Life of Brian, yeah. But it was I mean, it just shows you the complexity of Latin. Latin's a very complex language. Yeah, John Cleese correcting Brian. Okay, that's fun. Next is our third non super chat here is from King Bubbly. Also, he says why thoughts on why secular scholars like Bart Ehrman, New Testament scholar and not an Egyptologist, despite being seen as authority on the Exodus, are so adverse to harmonizing biblical accounts. I don't think he's really seen as an authority on the Exodus. I don't know who sees them. I mean, atheists do, but that's because they like what he says. He doesn't actually have any real publications on the field of the Exodus or the Old Testament. So I don't know who's saying he's an authority on the Exodus. He's just a guy who's just talking. I mean, at that point, I mean, he's no different than, say, any guy off the street when it comes to the Exodus. Okay, so, but they just like what he says. That's why they see him as an authority. So, but I mean, he can't even remember the story anymore. So, I mean, if you can't remember the Exodus story, I mean, he shouldn't be telling it. So, I mean, as far as why they're adverse to harmonizing biblical accounts, well, that's just again looking for points of contention more than actually being honest with the text. So there's, how do I say this? There's a good Bart Ehrman and a bad Bart Ehrman. The good Bart Ehrman is an excellent New Testament and early Christian literature scholar. And when he sticks to that, and he sticks to the scholarship, he's very good. He's very good at what he does. Then you got the bad Bart Ehrman, who talks about things he really hasn't studied, doesn't really know about, and goes off on these atheist tangents. So, Jack Ray. But would he confused Amorites and Ammonites? At this point, he might. He might at this point. I mean, look, he forgot that the Passover... I mean, he forgot about why the killing of the firstborn mattered to the Exodus. I mean, if you forgot that piece of the story, you know, you kind of missed the point. Okay. Okay. So at this point, he just might confuse Amorites and Ammonites, if he ever knew them at all. So again, it's not his field, it's not his wheelhouse. So I just don't think he's really good at this as far as his Old Testament stuff goes. Okay? All right. Next one here. We're going to get to the super chats now. For super chat here is from DHT1 Kana, who became a Horse Tier member. Thank you very much for supporting the channel. We really, really appreciate it. And thank you for paying for a membership. It's so important that you support us with your memberships. We really appreciate that. Thank you so very much. Next one here is from AEUIO for €22. Thank you very much for the super chat. Okay, he asks, "Hi, Dr. Falk. Do we know the precise process behind the pure beaten olive oil of Exodus 22:20 production and how it differs from a less pure batch? I can hardly keep track of all the different explanations I've heard on this." All right, let's look at the text and then we'll get into this, because we actually know a fair amount about the production of olive oil. I don't know if this will count as our foodie section, but it wouldn't hurt. Exodus 27, verse 20. Okay. "And you shall charge the sons of Israel that they may bring you clear oil of beaten olives for the light, to make a lamp burn continually." Okay. Now, here's the process of making oil. Now, one of the things we have to understand about olive oil is it's one of those things where you have to crush the olives and you've got to squeeze the olives. Okay? Now, when it talks here about, clear olive oil, pure or clean, it's basically they've taken all the junk out of it. Okay? So you take all the junk out of it, so it's got to be strained. It's got to be strained, so you're not just beating it and burning it. You're taking the olives, and what you generally do is you put it in this sort of long, I want to say bag, okay? So, you then basically put it in sort of a giant mortar and pestle, and you beat it, okay? You beat the olives, okay? So that's the beaten part. Okay, so what you then do is you press it. Okay, and this is what we would call virgin olive oil. Okay, sometimes in the West we call this extra virgin. It's the same thing, really. But what you're going to do is you're going to take those olives, put them in a sack, beat them up, crush them, and then put them in a press of some kind. Now, there would be two kinds of presses that they would use for this. They have the one kind which is kind of like an apple press, one's for extracting apple juice. They got those kind of presses where it's a lever and a weight, a stone, and it just crushes the olives and gets the oil out. Okay, that's one kind of press. But there was another kind of way they could extract it too, which was you had two guys, and they put it in this almost like a long sock. And each guy had a stick. And they're turning the sticks in opposite direction to squeeze the olives. Okay? So, after you squeeze the olives, or press them, depending on which one, it doesn't say here which one. It only says here that it's beaten. But this implies that what we're talking about here is extra virgin or virgin olive oil. Essentially, first press. This is olive oil of the first press. Now, you can, with an olive oil, after generally you get the first press, there's usually a second and a third press, where you take the same olives, you beat them up some more, you crush them some more, and you repeat the process. With every repeated process of it, the what? What was that? Oh, I see it. Gandalf, why would a good god allow such evil things like beating olives? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so with every subsequent press, the olive oil becomes less pure, more milky. Okay? So once you get to the third press, it's kind of brown and opaque. Okay? So So this is why, say, the first press is always the most valued. So when it's talking about here, clear oil of beaten olives, it's talking first press olive oil. So, so that's what it's talking about here. So,
So second press, you get more oil out,
yeah,
but it's just
it gets progressively more cloudy the more presses you do. And you can get, I think, up to 3 presses out of an olive. So, but the highest grade stuff is going to be your first press. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is also from AIUIO for €11. Thank you for the super chat. Is Pharaoh's birthday, Genesis 40:20, anachronistic or referring to something else? Pull up our Bible again and let's take a look. Okay, Genesis. Genesis 40, verse 20. Okay. Thus it came about on the 3rd day, which was Pharaoh's birthday, that he made a feast for all his servants, and he lifted up the head of the chief cupbearer and the head of the chief baker among his servants. Okay, now one of the things about kings in the ancient Near East is they didn't really keep track of birthdays, okay? Even monarchs, they didn't keep track of birthdays. It just wasn't a thing. But what the word here is his begetting. Okay? Pharaoh's begetting. Now, the fact is, when we talk about the begetting of a king, you're not always talking about his birthday. What you might be talking about is his ascension day. The day he came to the throne. And that they did keep track of. Because his regnal year would have something to do with that. So, for a king, his regnal year was much, much more important than his actual birthday. So, it would have probably been his ascension day that this is talking about. Now, the fact is that monarchs having multiple birthdays isn't uncommon. Okay? The British monarchs have 2 birthdays. King Charles has 2 birthdays. Queen Elizabeth has 2 birthdays. There's what's called their date of natural birth, and then the date of their the official birthday. The reason why the British monarchs did this is because many of the British monarchs were born during the winter. And who wants to go out and celebrate the king's birthday when it's snowing?
very fresh.
In fact, King Charles III's birthday, his natural birthday, he was born on November 14th. His official birthday is in June. Okay. It's good to be king. Okay, so, but in Egypt, nobody kept track of birthdays. It was just something nobody did because it wasn't that important. But in the case of the king, his date of ascension would be very important. That would be his sort of his begetting, as it were. The day he was begetted as king. So that's what this text is probably talking about here. Not his day of say, natural birth, but his day of birth as king. So that's probably what's going on here. So it's not an anachronism. It's just referring to something else. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is also from AEUIO for €11. Thank you for the super chat. He says, P.S. I acquired a credit card. Congratulations. Just remember to pay it off every month, okay? We don't want you getting into deep credit card debt. Use your credit card responsibly. Preferably frequently on my channel. I'm glad to hear that. Congratulations, and thank you for your support of the channel. We really appreciate it. Okay. Calliope asks, why would they call olive a virgin? It's just the first press. It's a marketing term. We use it in the West. I don't think it's any more complicated than that. Louis Sandoval asks, are primordial gods living beings or abstract concepts? They're living beings. I don't think there's any doubt that they're living beings. At least living in the sense of being spirit beings that are real creatures. Okay? So, they were placeholders. They were created to fill in the gaps that were left by the chaos monsters. So if you kind of view creation as God creates everything. He creates the universe. And the universe is a chaotic environment. And not evil, but chaotic. And God vanquishes the chaos monsters. He gets rid of the chaos so he can bring forth life. And as a result of that, creation needs a placeholder to sustain it. Now, God doesn't need a placeholder, but he's a God that delegates. So he creates this class of beings to fill in the gap for the primordial gods. So, and those were real beings. They're real beings. They're real like angels are real. They're real like demons are real. They're real in the sense that they are one of the fauna of the spirit world. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Okay. Next super chat here is from 501 Mobius for $10. Thank you for the super chat. How was the length of a generation calculated? One person said the average length, it was the average of the age of father for his son. If the first, was it at 20 or at the last was 50, then 35. Okay, I think what we have here when we talk about how long is a generation calculated is a category error. This is a category error. Now, when we talk about a category error is when you apply the wrong category, one category to an inappropriate category. Okay? When we talk about generations, we're not talking about absolute dating. We're talking a kind of relative dating. So this idea of trying to calculate how long a generation is taking the precepts that we would use for, say, absolute dating and applying that to relative dating. Okay, so what we've got here is like take for example, it would be like I don't know, how long is the reign of a king? Okay, what's the length of a king's reign? Well, could be 10 years, could be 2 years, could be 20 years, could be 60 years. So it'd be like trying to calculate the average reign length of a king, and then say that's how long a king's reign is. And then you take that king reign length and then you try to apply it to every reign. It's just, it's just sort of just a category error. You're using the wrong category to try to rationalize how long a generation is. So it's just the wrong approach to the problem. So yeah, Louis the 15th, 59 years, that's a massive discrepancy, yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's quite correct either. Michael Geese says in a couple of places in Scripture, 40 years is taken to be a generation. Time to end of the Exodus and time to the destruction of the Second Temple. This generation will not pass away. I don't think so. Yeah, I again that is not the time before the destruction of the temple is not talking about a length of time. It's talking about an ethos. Geneo is an ethos. Okay? So it's not talking about a span of time. Okay. In the other places where it's presumed to be 40 as a generation, 40 is an indeterminate length of time. So if that's presumed to be a generation, you've got another problem on your hands. So yeah, I just it's not even I don't think there's a good case to be found in Scripture where anything can define a generation. Period. I just don't think it's not sound exegesis to do this. BC4YT. So they would use they would use it as we would use age today. Yeah, sort of. Yeah. Especially if they're talking about this generation. If they talk about this generation, then again, it's more of that idea that it's a sort of a, how do I say, a way of thinking, a way of thought more than anything else. So anyway, so 501 Mobius, unfortunately, there is no standardized calculation for a generation. Scholars have been trying to figure this out for 200 years because they would love to be able to do this. Okay? They would love to be able to provide out. I mean, if you look at some old commentaries, like really old commentaries, like Matthew Henry's commentary or Haley's Handbook of the Bible, these old ones, the ones that should have been taken out to pasture and shot like Old Yeller. These are, a lot of them will try to say that, oh, a generation is 25 years or 40 years or 60 years. But none of them know. None of them. And you won't find that in modern commentaries today. Modern commentaries will not state how long a generation is. Because, again, it's not congruent with what we know with Scripture. It's sort of a supposition that early scholars were doing to try to put together a biblical chronology, and that's just full of flawed issues. So yeah, you're just not going to do this. He goes inconclusively that many Greek historians estimated 30 or 33, but 25 gets closer to the average king reigns and centuries-long averages that are provable. But if you'll say, for example, take a look at the 200-year span of Dynasty 13. The average reign length of Dynasty 13 was 3 years. Do we know why? No. But there was like 40 kings in Dynasty 13, and most of them reigned less than 4 years. So, in fact, when they reigned 10 years, that was a big deal in Dynasty 13. So we don't know why that was, but all it takes is a 200-year span of people knocking off after 2 or 3 years, and boy, that can just mess things up.
But their whole idea of a generation,
Yeah.
they didn't have a lot of calendars.
Yeah,
They look back on thousands of years of history. They didn't.
Well, they didn't have that, but they also,
So
here's the
what
thing.
They did understand was there was this generation. There was that.
But they didn't use generations for dating, though, hun. They used regnal years for that. That's why the reign of the king was so important. The king was not just the leader; he was also the calendar. So they didn't.
When you're talking in general terms, it's like saying like 20 years ago. Oh boy, does that.
Yeah, like BC 4YT said, like ages ago. Yeah, like an age. So. Okay, so let's move on here. We're going to take a couple questions here from AT Ministries. His first one, John 20:13. The angels talk to Mary. Okay, pull up the Bible here. John here. John 20, verse 13. And they said to her, Woman, why are you weeping? She said, Because they had taken him away, my lord, and I do not know where they had laid him. Verse 12, and behold, 2 angels in white were sitting, one at the head and one at the feet, where the body of Jesus had been lying. Okay. Yes, the angels talked to Mary. They've talked to her twice. Okay. She received an angelic vision at the Epiphany, and she received an angelic visitation at the resurrection. Okay, so yes, there was she communicated with angels more than once. Now, angelic communication is not all that uncommon with, say, important births and deaths. Okay. Now, in this particular case with Mary, she received 2 angelic visitations because it was an important birth and an important death, or resurrection, as it were. So, but I have heard of angelic visitations where somebody important was about to be born, or when someone important was about to die. I've heard of both, outside of biblical canon. So, so there is this aspect to say Christianity where angelic visits do happen from time to time for important events of certain statures. Okay? Again, if an important person is about to be born or an important person is about to die, this is when you do hear about angelic visitations around those events. And in Mary, she gets both. So that's just one of the things that's just one of the things that sort of comes with the territory of. Now, is this Mary Magdalene in this particular case, or is this just Mary? Okay, this one is Mary Magdalene. Okay, so she receives the visitation of the death. Okay, so yeah, so she receives the visitation at the death. Okay, so it's not that Mary, Mother of God, Jesus' mother, is getting two visitations. It's a different Mary getting the death visitation in this text. So, but this is again, it doesn't change the point that angelic visitations do happen. They do happen again, um, sometimes when an important person is about to be born, or when an important person is about to die. So, I've heard of both cases, say in extra biblical sources, and we do see it here in Scripture too. So, yeah, the angels here were talking to Mary Magdalene. That's not that uncommon. Okay, move on to the next one here. 18 Ministries. Don't do that, please. All right. Next one here is people use John 21:3 to say Peter gave up being a disciple. But is that a proper reading of the text? Let's take a look. John 21. Probably is returning to work as a fisherman here. Okay. John 21, verse 3. Simon Peter said to them, I am going fishing. Then they said to him, we will also come with you. They went out and got into the boat, and that night they caught nothing. Okay. This is not a renunciation of being a disciple. That would be what we would call eisegesis. You're reading something into the text. Basically, their Lord was dead. What else are they going to do? Okay, the heat's off from the Jewish authorities hunting them down. So what are they going to do? They're going back to work. Okay, they're going back to their profession, which is fishing. Okay, so that's not a renunciation of being a disciple. That's just doing what's practical to put food on the table. Okay, there's no more peripatetic teacher. There's no more wandering the countryside, casting out demons, and that sort of thing. Okay, let's go back to work. I think this is actually a very level-headed thing to do. Very sensible thing. This is something that's really natural. Okay? The Messiah you put your hopes in is dead. You have no evidence he's coming back. So what do? You go fishing. You go back to your job. You earn a living. So I don't think this is I don't think this is an indication that Peter gave up being a disciple. Okay? So, because the others did it too. We have in verse 2. They were together with Simon Peter, Thomas called Didymus, and Nathanael of Canaan, and the sons of Zebedee, and two other of his disciples. Simon Peter said to them, I am going fishing. They said, we will also come with you. So, half the disciples, see how many disciples? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So, basically, 10, almost all the disciples are here. Almost all the disciples are here, and they go fishing. Yeah, it's totally a way of processing grief.
Grief and happens now.
Yeah, 8 of the disciples decide to go fishing. So, yeah, I mean, if you make the claim that Peter gave up being a disciple because he went fishing, you gotta say the other 7 did the same thing. So, yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it. Gandalf the Based. Oops, that's not it. And the Lord shows up on the beach with a campfire and food. Yeah. Okay. The next one here is from AT Ministries. Why did Jesus switch from agape to phileo in John 21? Okay, John 21. And this is the feed my sheep. Okay. Let's see, is it verse 15 here? Okay. We'll start at verse 15 of John 21. So when they had finished breakfast, Jesus said to Simon Peter, Simon, son of John, do you love me more than these? Okay. And he said, yes, Lord, you know I love you. Okay. Jesus starts off with agapao, and Simon's responds with phileo in verse 15. He then said a second time, Simon, son of John, do you love me? Agapao again. He says, yes, Lord, you know that I love you. Peter responds with phileo the second time. And then he said the third time, Simon, son of God, do you love me? Okay, then he ends with phileo. Okay? Peter was grieved because he said to him a third time, do you love me? Okay? And he said, Lord, you know all things. You know I love you. Phileo again. Okay. Why did he switch from agapao to phileo? Because that's what Peter was saying. It means the exact same thing. Agapao and phileo mean the exact same thing. There's no difference. Why is he changing the word here? Because Jesus is saying, do you agapao me? Do you love me? And Peter's responding, yes, I phileo you. Which, again, means love. They both mean the exact same thing. Jesus says agapao. Peter says phileo. Then Jesus switches to phileo. Just so Peter knows they're talking the same thing. But Peter hasn't acknowledged it. Peter hasn't acknowledged his problem. BC4YT, wait. Is this evidence Jesus was speaking Greek? Probably. Here's the thing. Greek was a very common language in Canaan at the time. It was not unusual to speak Greek in Canaan. Yeah, I know there's people out there that go, oh, Jesus, he wouldn't have spoken Hebrew, or he wouldn't have spoken Greek. He would have only spoken Aramaic. Nonsense. Canaan was a very cosmopolitan. It was a crossroads. It was a crossroads country. Because it was a crossroads country, it was multilingual. So people would be picking up things like Greek, Hebrew, Aramaic. Yes, Aramaic would be in the mix. Latin would be in the mix. All these different languages, because it's a crossroads culture, would have been in the mix. I mean, for example, let's just give just for the example, when Christ's family flee Herod and move to Egypt. What are they speaking in Egypt? They're not speaking Aramaic in Egypt. Heck no. Nobody's speaking Aramaic in Egypt. They're all speaking Greek. Joseph wouldn't have been able to run his business as a carpenter without being able to speak Greek. Okay? You know, when they put the sign on Christ, the crucifixion, you know, of Christ's cross, you know, it's in 3 languages. It's in Greek, it's in probably in Aramaic, and it's probably in Latin. So, you know, absolutely, there is ample evidence of people speaking Greek in Canaan. in Palestine at the time. So I don't think there's any question that he spoke Greek. Now, is he speaking Greek in this case, or is this writer using a turn of phrase? We're not quite exactly sure. Okay? It's possible he might have been speaking Aramaic. Possible. But it's also possible he could have spoken Greek. Yeah. But it wouldn't change if the point here was to change the wording. You wouldn't find that in Aramaic. You would only find that in the Greek. So if he's using a Greek turn of phrase to make a point, and that point is that Peter wasn't understanding what Christ was driving at, then yes, you would have to say he spoke Greek in this particular case. Okay? So, Michael Gee, people speaking Greek, Latin, Hebrew, Aramaic, quadrilingual. Yeah, a lot of them were. Probably the least known of those languages in the area probably would have been Latin. Latin would have been something that, say, was basically a Roman language. So, because it's the language of the Romans, it would have been less adopted. But there would have been speakers that still spoke Latin. And everyone would have known some Latin. Oh yeah, it was the language of the markets. It was a language of commerce. It was a language of philosophy. It was also one of the two prescribed temple languages. Yeah. But it wasn't just the language of trade and marketing. It was also a accepted temple language. There were only two languages you were allowed to give prayers in the temple. That was Hebrew and Greek. Aramaic, you weren't allowed to give Aramaic prayers in the temple. That was forbidden. But you can give it in Greek and you can give it in Hebrew. So there were a lot of people who spoke Greek. And if you hung around the temple, you heard Greek. Okay, let's move on here. Okay, next one is from AT Ministries here. John's love sermon only makes sense if you assume Jesus spoke them in Greek, which I doubt occurred at the time. He would have spoken some Greek. I mean, the Septuagint was the common translation for the Bible, for the Old Testament, even in Palestine. Okay. Yeah, you did have the formal liturgical readings were in Hebrew, but the everyday, say, pocket Bible of people in Palestine was the Septuagint. That's what they read. That's what they read when they went to libraries. That's what sometimes they gave prayers in it in the temple. The love sermon, though, doesn't make sense, even if Jesus spoke to them in Greek. That's the problem with it. It doesn't even make sense then, because it's based upon an etymological fallacy. Okay? So this is going to be an ongoing problem with that whole love sermon thing. And it can't be saved just by saying Jesus spoke Greek. Because there's an alternate explanation as to why he would have switched up the words if he was a Greek speaker. So it just doesn't help. It just doesn't help. So even if Jesus did speak Greek, the love sermon makes no sense, even so. And that's just the problem with it. It's a modern sermon that uses modern ascribed meanings to ancient Greek words. So, and that's the problem with it. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here we will take is from, go way up. All right, next one here is from Striding Hermit. Okay, and he says, Happy Friday, Fault Clan. Ooh, happy Friday. Where should honor be placed within Christianity? Okay, that's a good question. Now, here's one of the things we have to understand about honor is honor is not one of those absolute virtues. Okay? We should take now, first of all, I will say this. Honor is important, but it's not the be-all and the end-all. Okay? So, should Christians act with honor? Yes. Absolutely, they should act with honor. But they should also not take honor to a ridiculous extreme. There are bad things that can be done in the name of honor. Okay? So this is one of those times when, for example, Aristotle's golden mean would be applicable to the idea of honor. You know, you want to honor your father and mother. Okay? You want to display personal honor when it's important, like on a battlefield. If you're a soldier, honor's very important. But I will not repeat that. Okay. So honor is still important. It's just, again, do not take this to a ridiculous extreme. You know, you do get in, say, the Near East honor killings. And those are a dreadful evil done in the name of honor. So, it's one of those things that are it's one of those virtues that sort of should be held in tension between extremes. You know, the one extreme being you have no honor, the other extreme you're doing bad things in the name of honor. There is sort of a middle state of honor that, again, is virtuous by its temperance. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the member question. Really appreciate it. Next one here is from Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you for the super chat. And he adds, heading into the future, should we stop asking, do you believe in God? And start asking, who do you serve? Oh, that is an interesting question. And it's interesting because of how the word believe has changed. Okay? Now, belief, as we use it today, is different than the word pisteuo that we find in, say, the Greek New Testament. Okay? Now, pisteuo is not just believe as in I believe something is true, what we call intellectual assent. Okay? When we talk about belief today, most of us are talking about intellectual assent. Okay? But there were two other concepts that were tied to pisteuo that you don't find in the English version of believe. You find so you do find intellectual assent, and sometimes it is used in that way. Like, for example, when Paul says that the demons believe and they shudder. Okay, they're not saying that the demons have a saving faith. What he's saying is that demons have an intellectual assent to the messiahship of Jesus Christ, his finished work and atonement, etc. Okay, so but pisteuo has two other connotations that go with it. One is trust. Okay, so we have intellectual assent, we have trust. So this is the whole adage of, say, do you believe this chair will hold you up? Well, you trust it, so you sit in it. You have the intellectual assent that you trust it, that it'll hold you up, but you put it trusted by actually sitting in the chair. Okay. The third aspect of pisteuo is fidelity, and fidelity is not just intellectual assent, it's not just trust, it's adherence to. Okay, so pisteuo requires that you not only believe it's true, but that you trust in it's true, and you have basically loyalty to that truth. Okay? And fidelity is sort of the one aspect of belief that's sort of missing in our modern definition of belief. We don't have that loyalty nuance when we talk about belief. If you believe in God, almost no one is asking, are you loyal to God? Okay. Do you have fidelity in what you believe? So there are those three aspects of pisteuo that you don't find in modern concepts of belief. Okay, so to switch to your second part of your question here, should you start asking, who do you serve? Okay, now you've got a different problem, though. So here's the thing. Well, do you believe in God? Talks about intellectual assent, mostly. Who do you serve? Talks mostly about fidelity. But it also doesn't... The problem is, if you start asking, who do you serve? Well, that could still rule out intellectual assent and trust. So the question doesn't really fix the problem. So, because both believe and serve will exclude certain aspects of what we would call a saving faith. So, to serve, man. Twilight Zone 1962. Ooh. Do not want to be in that cookbook, man. That's not a good cookbook. Yikes. Yeah, we all remember that episode. At least we should. At least those who've watched it.
Well done.
That was very well done. It's a cookbook! It's a cookbook! Okay, so the long and the short of this is it doesn't really fix the problem. You're just sort of switching one problem for another. So, do you believe? Maybe the best approach is, who do you believe and serve? Who do you believe and are faithful to? Okay? Maybe that's it. Who are you faithful to? Because, then you got...
There's a lot of people in church
there's a lot of people in church who believe in God but are not faithful. So you're going to need to sort of capture all of that, that intellectual assent, trust, and fidelity. And that's really hard in our modern English language. That's hard to do, at least in a concise way. So this is one of those cases where we're just going to have to say, I don't know what the best approach is here. It's an individual thing. It's a difficult question. It doesn't... The concept of pisteuo in Greek does not translate well into English. So again, it's just one of those difficult questions that our modern culture just kind of seems to weasel around because and frankly, its cultures have always been like this. You know, um, one of the problems of say Jews of the first century, the Israelites of the first century, especially the Pharisees and the Sadducees, is they were serving God, but they didn't love God. They didn't really trust God. They believed he existed. They had the intellectual assent. They had the fidelity to serve, but they didn't really trust him. And they didn't love him. Yeah, gave social standing to serve him, among other things. But yeah. So it's a tricky question. And it's always been a tricky question. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, next one here from Striding Hermit for $5. And he asks, do you think the Japanese tea ceremony would be an appropriate way for serving tea to God? Well, if there's more than one tea ceremony, okay? I mean, there's sort of the social ritual of the tea ceremony. I think that's pretty okay. But I believe there's also, if I'm not mistaken, a Buddhist one as well. Now, the Buddhist one would not be okay. But, say, the one that's used in, say, as part of, say, social ritual, I don't really see a problem with that one, although I'm not an expert on the tea ceremony, okay? So I just want to make that clear. I'm not an expert on the Japanese tea ceremony, but I have watched it a couple times. I have seen it done. I've seen, I said, the social ritual version of this, not the Buddhist one. And from everything I saw from the social ritual version of this, I don't see a problem with it per se. James Murray asks, did the Zealots serve God? No, they didn't. Here's what the Zealots wanted. They wanted to drive out Rome. That was what they wanted. They were looking to usher in the Israelite kingdom, the restoration of the Israelite kingdom, the nation of Israel. Okay? So when we talk about, say, the sort of the big camps of Israelite thought, in the first century, you had two major camps of Israelite thought: a nationalist Israelite thought and a messianic Israelite thought. And both were based upon different interpretations of Genesis 3:15. Who was the seed of the woman? There was a large group of Israelites that thought that the seed of the woman was Israel, and particularly the nation of Israel. So, what the Zealots were an enclave of that nationalistic ideology of Israelite culture, but they were going for violent means. They were going to overthrow the Romans violently to usher in the messianic age of the kingdom of Israel. Okay? So, it's not the Messiah they were bringing in, it was the messianic age of the particular restoration of the Israelite kingdom. Okay? So, Israel would be essentially the one that dominates. Okay? It was going to have a new kingdom, and its it would not end, and all of that stuff. So it was kind of a utopian view of, say, the Israelite kingdom. So zealots were not necessarily serving God here. They were serving the kingdom of Israel. Andrew Meisner asks, are there parallels to zealot thought from the first century and modern day Christian nationalism? Only in the nationalism kind of view. That's about it. There is some overlap in, say, theocratic lawmaking. Okay. But that's really sort of where it ends. Now, in the case of first century thought, zealots were going to restore the kingdom of Israel and restore all temple service, because they still had the temple of Yahweh on Mount Moriah at that time. Okay. Christian nationalism can't restore the Old Testament law in the same way the zealots thought they could. There's no temple. Okay. So a lot of that is just not going to pan out. Also, too, Christian nationalism is more than just a ideology, an ethnic ideology. It's a racist ideology too. Okay, a very racist ideology. So, I don't like Christian nationalism, and I think I've made that very public. Everything I've seen of Christian nationalism rubs me the wrong way. The whole idea of forbidding mixed race marriages, the whole idea of interfering with church services, legislating where the altar is, prescribing Sunday only worship.
You can go to monitor.
Yeah, you can go to jail for not going to church on Sunday. Yeah, no way, no thank you. Yeah, yeah, no thank you. Darkblade goes, what Wolf wants to do with the Constitution rubs me the wrong way. Oh yeah, he totally wants to gut it. He basically wants a Christian prince that overrides the Constitution anytime he wants. So, Mr. White, I believe you've already asked that question.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want you to know that as a first timer, if you repeat a question, it gets disqualified for the night. So, we might take it, but again, that's just that's the rules of our channel. So, okay, so next super chat here. Let's go to the next super chat here. Actually, I'm going to take this one from Darkblade because this one's kind of interesting. Since Switzerland has both French and German as official languages, do people there, and maybe also Belgium, have an advantage in A&E studies over general world population? The answer to that is actually not really. The one thing, the thing you have to keep in mind about ancient Near Eastern study is French and German, while it does constitute a large amount of the secondary literature, that is something that people can sort of grasp really, really fast. Once they sort of know about it, that requirement. And it doesn't seem to give them an edge on, say, other languages like Semitic languages, like Hamitic languages, Even other Indo-European languages, it doesn't seem to give them an advantage. So it doesn't seem, and frankly, I have not seen a lot of Swiss scholars, sort of enter the field. I knew a student who was from Switzerland, and there, for all her capacity with languages, one of the things that we noticed is not exactly a creative thinker. They do seem to. They do really well. The school system in Switzerland is very good, but it's also very regimented. Okay? So they're not sort of taught to think outside the box. So they're very good at doing assignments, test taking, that sort of thing. They're excellent at. But when you start getting into the higher degrees of ancient Near Eastern study, you do need more. You need to first of all manage your time better. Okay, people who are trained in Switzerland, they will be given a 10-page assignment and write 40 pages. And Switzerland awards that overachievement. Okay, so they get into, say, grad school, master's degrees and PhDs, where brevity is prized. Okay, and they fumble and they fail and they can't do it because they've been taught to overachieve. So they've been taught to do 4 times the work. So now they're given, say, okay, write a 100,000-page dissertation. And they can't handle it. They can't handle a 100,000-page dissertation because they're thinking they got to produce 400,000 pages. Because that's overachieving. That's what's expected. So for all their, say, advantage that they would get out of knowing French and German, that comes out in the wash. That sort of, doesn't give by them much when they're sort of taught to overachieve. So, yeah. 100,000 words. Okay, 100,000 words. That's your typical PhD dissertation in the liberal arts.
Oh
Okay, but if you're talking about 400,000 words, that's a lot of words. Okay, just saying. But they sort of start bogging down. They start going, I could never do this. And they're right. They can't ever do this. But no one ever taught them brevity. No one ever taught them to be concise and get to the point. So, again, got it, you misspoke. All right, that's fine. I do that on occasion. All right, next one here is from Tom Wanchek for $5. In 1 Corinthians 3:16 and 1 Corinthians 6:19, Paul saying individual Christians are the temple of the Holy Spirit, or that the collective church is the temple, or both? Okay, and let's look at the context of each because they're not necessarily the same. 1 Corinthians 3:16. Do you not know that you are a temple of God and that the Spirit dwells within you? Okay. If man destroys the temple of God, God will destroy him, and the temple of God is holy. That is what you are. Let no man deceive himself. If any man among you thinks he is wise in this age, let him become foolish, etc. Let's see, anything else we should glean out of this? Oh, yeah. If any man builds upon straw, gold, precious stones, hay, each man's work will become evident. The day will show it when it's revealed with fire. If each man's work he has built upon remains, he shall receive reward. If any man's work is burnt up, he shall suffer loss, but he himself shall be saved, yet there is fire. Do you not know you are a temple of God, and that the Spirit dwells within you? Essentially, it's basically saying you have been saved unto good works. Okay, that's what this is saying. Okay, and each man's work is going to be tested. Okay, so that's what 1 Corinthians 3:16 is driving at here. So you are doing good, you're doing work for the kingdom, and that your body is essentially the vehicle through which you do those good works, those works for the kingdom. Okay? No, it's not saved by works, but it's saved unto works. So that's 1 Corinthians 3:16. Now let's look at 6:19. 6:19. Okay, then it goes again. Or do you not know that one who joins himself to a harlot is one body with her? For he says, two will become flesh. But the one who joins himself to the Lord is one spirit with him. Flee immorality. Every other sin a man commits is outside his body, but the immoral man sins against his own body. Or do you not know that your body is a temple of the Holy Spirit, who is in you, whom you have from God, and that you are not your own? Okay. So we got the context here for both of these. And I think Paul here is talking about individual Christians. Okay? It's not the collective church or the temple. Okay? So it's not talking about the collective church here. What it's talking about here is that you've been purchased with a price. Again, unsaved unto good works. Not saved by good works, saved unto good works. So, what's happening here is that you're being saved unto good works, and therefore, you are, when you do good works, is the Holy Spirit working through your body to do them. Okay? So, this is not, say, using the body metaphor as in the body of Christ or the church universal here. This is actually talking about something more individually, more specific to the individual believer. Okay. So, and I think the context of both of those is roughly the same there, that you have been paid for with a price, not just your soul, but your body too. Okay. Because you will be resurrected one day. And that what you do with the body in this world will apply to that either gain or loss in 1 Corinthians chapter 3. Okay, those who build on the foundation, which is Christ, with rubble, stone, straw, that stuff will be burned, and the person will experience loss even though they're saved. So again, that can only occur if Paul is talking about individual Christians, not the collective church. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Gandalf, I'll take Gandalf's comment here. The problem with the current use of Christian nationalism is that it's overused and inflated. Someone wanting Christians in government isn't the same as someone wanting a theocracy. This is why I think the two terms, I would use these two terms to sort of separate them. And frankly, Christian nationalists use these terms too. Okay, so which is, yeah, there's a difference between Christian patriotism and Christian nationalism. Okay, and Christian nationalism thinks Christian patriots are sellouts. Okay, someone who wants Christians in government, that's Christian patriotism. That's not Christian nationalism. And Christian nationalists agree with this. Okay? Christian nationalists think Christian patriots are sellouts to the government system, to the system of this world. Okay? So, this is why Christian nationalists want a semi-theocratic state. And I say semi because it's not necessarily Christian in theology, but it is theocratic. Okay? So it's the terms that I would use, and I think it's the better term to call them patriotism, rather than nationalism. Okay. Gandalf the Base says those are good terms. The problem is that patriotism is being mixed in with nationalism by those who oppose both to muddy the waters of the patriots. Well, then here's what I would say too. Don't let others define you. Let's talk about this because I see this so much recently. We have talked sometimes about shame and guilt cultures. Okay, in groups define their terms. Okay, basically, we would not say to the Mormons, "You can't call yourself Mormons." Okay, they define their terms. They define what it means to be a Mormon. Okay? Because they define what it means to be a Mormon, they've got the right to define themselves as Mormon. Okay? Same way as we'd say the Christian nationalists, even though we think they're disgusting in their views, they have the right to call themselves and define the term nationalist and Christian nationalist as per se. Don't ever let outside groups define your terms. Okay? This is a I mean we've seen this, for example, like I see this so often in, say, writing communities, where they will say those who take the most responsibility are the most virtuous, even if they've been wronged. Yeah, does that make any sense? No, it doesn't. Like, for example, there was this woman who was ripped off. She had hired an artist to do some artwork for her, and the artist used AI to do the art, and she was ripped off. Okay, that's real true. It means she got ripped off, but she was forced to go on and say, "I disavow all this artwork, and I will personally take the loss because somebody has to take responsibility." Yeah, the victim is being forced to take responsibility for being scammed. And the reason she's forced to do this is because people on the outside are telling her how to signal she's a good person. Is this messed up? Yes. It's really messed up. But when you get people outside of you, outside of your inner group, defining your terms, defining your ethics, defining your morality for you, it can only end up in tragedy. Okay? And this is what we have in Christianity right now. Is we got a lot of people who are defining our terms, defining our morality for us, and, you know, we're just going, "Oh, I guess we gotta do that because the people outside say so." So no, do not let other people define your terms. Ever. Do not let other people define your morality. You know, as an in-group, we have a moral standard. This is how we get, say, the moral subjective mess we've got today. Yeah, terms matter. Absolutely. Gandalf says, this is something I teach my kids because define terms because terms matter. Yeah. So if somebody is outside conflating Christian patriotism and Christian nationalism, no, you got to say no. They're not the same. And just because you say they're the same, they're not doesn't mean they're the same. Just ridiculous. But this is what we've got going on right now. This is part of virtue signaling culture. Okay, with virtue signaling culture, the mob defines the morality, and if you don't go along with it, even if you're the victim, you're not moral. It's messed up. It is absolutely messed up. So definitely it's something to be resisted. Okay, well, the rant over. Let's move on. Gizbo SBOL asks a non-super chat question here. Do you agree with Richard Steiner that Kadesh Barnea preserves a metaphysized form of Merneptah's throne name? Yes, I do. And that's about the only thing I agree with him on. I don't agree with Richard Steiner on just about everything. In fact, there's very few Exodus scholars that I have such disagreements with as I do with Richard Steiner. But I think he's correct that Kadesh Barnea does preserve Merneptah's throne name, although metaphysized. It is Bonaray, so that's his throne name. So Barnea and Bonaray are so close that I think that yeah, it's a good case. It's a good case that Kadesh Barnea is the metaphysized form of Merneptah's throne name. But that's the only place really where I would agree with Steiner on anything. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. All right. Next one is I married root beer. Okay, for $1.99. Excellent. Root beer's tasty. Okay. And here she asks, any free resources for studying ancient history? Yes, I would recommend one. Etana.org. I'll write that in the chat here. Etana.org. There we go. It has lots of ancient documents and scholarly material. It tends to focus more on Mesopotamia. Okay? So, you're not going to get a lot of Egyptian materials on Etana, but it's got a lot of free resources. Some are good, some are not so good. They tend to be all old, out of copyright stuff, but that's pretty normal these for these sites that give you free resources. But it's not a terrible resource. Again, if you want all those nice, juicy texts, it's very good for that. So that's what I would recommend as a free resource, etana.org. And it's not www either. So just keep that in mind. Okay. Yeah, website does need an update. But it's old. It's been around for like almost 20 years now, so that doesn't surprise me that it needs an update. I don't even know if anyone's even maintaining it anymore. All right, next one here. From Jack Ray for $6.70. Thank you very much, Jack. He says, I used things I learned from you in Bible study this week to answer questions. Awesome. Awesome. Great to hear. He says, Noah and the 120 years, clans and people's ages, Toledotes, etc. Praise the Lord. Glad this was useful to you. We always want to provide information that you can use in your Bible studies so that you can raise more people in the faith. That's exactly what we're looking to do here on this channel. So thank you very much for sharing that with us. I really appreciate the feedback. It helps us to know that we are making a difference. So thank you so much for that update, and thank you for the support. I'm glad to hear that you're doing a Bible study. That's fantastic. We also want to thank Jack Ray here, who gifted the channel 20 Ancient Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you so much for your generosity. It's really helpful to us, and we do need the support, so thank you so very much. Okay, next we'll take some questions here from AT. More AT questions. Next one here. All right, how do you explain how do you explain scribal glosses to fundamentalists? Oh, it can be really hard. The problem with explaining this to fundamentalists is that a lot of them think that if you point out a scribal gloss or an inserted piece of text in the Bible, that you are editing the Bible. You're removing pieces of God's word. This is a really hard and irrational argument to get around. Okay? And it's not because it's a difficult argument to intellectually wrap your head around. It's that you're dealing with sort of a core belief, really a kind of conspiracy theory. Okay? There are a lot of fundamentalists that will basically say, oh, the woman caught in adultery? Well, that's in my Bible. That's in my King James Bible. Therefore, it's scripture. Yeah. And any attempt to remove that, that's taking away from God's word. Okay. So when you're dealing with something like that, you're not dealing with a rational argument anymore. What you're dealing with at that point is an emotional argument. And it's an emotional argument based upon, this is the Bible I've always had. So when you're dealing with a argument like, that's what I've always had, well, okay, what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to go and say, all right, well, the original texts don't contain those. Or there's evidence, internal evidence, that shows that it's not original to the text. Now, their rejoinder is going to be, oh, those original texts are corrupted because evil Egyptians corrupted them. Yeah. I mean, I've heard this, like the Alexandrine texts, like the Codex Sinaiticus. Oh, that's an evil Egyptian text. Evil! Evil! Yeah, I'm tired, and it is starting to show, isn't it? But this is the arguments you're going to get from the King James only guys. Is that Ryan Cohenkamp, do you believe the woman caught in adultery section was added? Oh, no doubt. There is no doubt it was added. We don't know exactly when. It was probably 2nd century. But yeah, there's no doubt it was added. That's one of the most obvious ones that was added. But you also get some scribal glosses, too, that were clearly added to the text. Like, for example, where it talks about, I think it was Hebron. Let me just get this one up. This one's also an obvious one, too. Hebron. If I can find this quickly here. Yeah, this one here. Numbers 13:22. When they had gone up into the Negev, they came to Hebron, where Ahiman, Sheshai, Talmai, and the descendants of Anak were. Now Hebron was built 7 years before Zoan in Egypt. Zoan is Tanis. Okay? Hebron dates back to the early Bronze Age. Tanis is an Iron Age city. Okay? Hebron was built long before Tanis. Okay? It is such so. This is one of those additions that's so outrageously incorrect that it has to be a scribal gloss. Now, when we talk about scribal glosses, generally, what defines a scribal gloss is when there's two things that just sort of mark out a scribal gloss. One, it interrupts the flow of the text. Okay, it's a little piece of text that interrupts the flow of the text, and it interrupts the text to provide an explanation. So if it's trying to provide an explanation, it interrupts the flow of the text. If it's historically incorrect, as in it shows evidence of a later date addition, then we presume it to be a scribal gloss. In this case, in Numbers 13:22, it does all of that. We've got the now. Okay, there's an interruption in the text. It talks about Hebron, and then it gives you this little piece of explanation information. Now, Hebron was built 7 years before Tanis in Egypt. Okay, so it's got the interruption, it's got the explanation, and it's historically wrong. So, yeah, I see it. Ryan Comcamp asks, is Numbers 12:3, Moses was the most humble man, a scribal gloss? Yes, it was. That was also a scribal gloss. Moses was so humble, he wrote about himself being humble. Not in seriousness.
It could be in context. I'm the most humble.
He totally wrote that.
Moses was saying, I'm the most humble.
Yeah, he was saying he was the most humble in the third person.
Most humble is saying the rest of you aren't humble at all.
Jack Ray, Weird Al Amish Paradise. Yeah. The Deleans band. Isn't Falk Catholic? Am I? If I am, I'm the world's worst Catholic. Oh boy. Good times. Good times. Okay. All right, next one here from HE Ministries. Let's go to the next one here. Let's just wrap this up. How do you explain scribal glosses to fundamentalists? It's really difficult. That's the problem. It's really, really difficult because they have a pre-existing commitment to, say, the King James Version. They have a pre-existing commitment to the received text. So showing them that older texts don't have some of these glosses, and that we can define those glosses and we can identify those glosses, to them it'll appear as if you're taking away from the scripture when you're really not. You're actually showing how it was originally written. So yeah, it's a really difficult thing to do. So if you're doing that, I wish you lots of luck. Blue Dog says, I've heard some reasonable arguments for preferring later Byzantine text. I haven't. Yeah, I don't. Um, I don't. Uh, I don't see where the Byzantine texts are superior. I've just, yeah, I just don't think that's those arguments are very compelling. Okay, let's go on the next one here. Next one is from Nehemiah 1:11. What's the importance of being a cupbearer? Ooh. Let's talk about this. This is a juicy piece of history. Okay, Nehemiah. Where's Ezra? Nehemiah, chapter 1, verse 11. Okay. And the text says, O Lord, I beseech thee, may thine ear be attentive to the prayer of thy servant and the prayer of thy servants who delight to revere thy name, and make thy servant successful today, and grant him compassion for this man. Now I was the cupbearer to the king. Okay, what's the cupbearer? This was a very, very important job in ancient courts. Okay? No, it was compared to the king. Epic flex. Yeah, you were the flex here is you survived it. Okay? Here's what the cupbearer does. He's the food taster. Okay? He's the food taster. He's the guy who tastes all the king's food before the king eats it to check for poison.
No, to have dinner.
Yeah, you're not having dinner here.
It's not a good job.
It's not a good job.
You're hungry all the time, and you have a 50-50 chance to die.
Okay?
Yes, I will.
So, yeah, the job of Nehemiah here was to taste the king's food for poison. Okay? So, he would drink the king's wine before he would take a sip of the king's wine, and Nehemiah would have been trained to detect poisons as well. Okay? So, it's not just that he's if he finds a poison, he would keel over, but he would check the food for bitterness, and if any food tasted bitter, it would get rejected because poisons tend to be bitter. Okay, yeah. Now we get the foodie section when we talk about poisoning. We have a job for you. It's cupbearer. Okay, so the fact is, the job of the cupbearer, the cook would bring the food, he would present it to the cupbearer, the cupbearer would take a taste of every item. Every item he would take a taste. Okay? Ryan Concab says, who would have taken over while Nehemiah was gone? Another cupbearer, essentially. Now, here's the importance of what a cupbearer was. A cupbearer often separated a king from death. Okay? People didn't try to poison the king because there was a cupbearer there in the way. So, it wouldn't get past the tasters. So...
And it only works for Gary.
It works with a long-acting poison, but the fact is, if it's a long-acting poison, again, it tends to be bitter. So a cupbearer will detect bitterness in food. So a cupbearer is sort of trained not just to taste the food, but to identify if there's something not right with it. Big Destiny asked, how many kings were actually poisoned? A fair number. It happened enough that this was an issue. What's his name now? Claudius was poisoned. He was poisoned by his second wife. Was her name Drusilla or Claudine or something like that? Yeah. Yeah. She poisoned him with mushrooms. She went out in the field, got some poisoned mushrooms, cooked them up for him, and poisoned him with mushrooms. So, yeah, Claudius dismissed his food taster when around his wife. He shouldn't have. So yeah, for ancient kings, the food taster was really, really important because poisoning was a thing. There were certain popes that were poisoned. So, yeah, it happens. It happened fairly frequently in the ancient world. It was one of the methods of assassinating a king. So yeah, there were a number of kings and important important religious figures that were poisoned. So it happened. But that was Nehemiah's job. His job was to taste every piece of food, check it for poison, check it if there's any bitterness. If it's not right, send it back. But here's the other thing, though. Because he had that job, he was always beside the king. He got to stand beside the king at all times. So, in some respects, nobody had more access to the king than the cupbearer. He was always there.
Yeah, I can just imagine him, the cupbearer, king would not get poisoned.
John says, I can just imagine Homer Simpson as a cupbearer. The king wouldn't get poisoned, but he'd never get to eat either. Yeah. Yeah, so that was the job of a cupbearer. And again, he's right beside the throne. Nehemiah is spending his time beside the throne of the king of Persia. He's always there because the king might want to drink now. He wants to drink now. So Nehemiah has to be on duty whenever the king's on duty. So it was a very important job. It was most of the kings of the ancient Near East had a cupbearer of some kind. We do know Pharaoh had cupbearers. Again, it was one of those things where, poison was always an existential threat to the lives of kings. So,
Cup for male or queen?
no, they didn't. Typically, no. Mama asks, historically, were cupbearers usually male? Yes, they usually were. Some of this is just because, the fact was that it was a dangerous job. Okay, it's not a job you did. Yeah, you could end your life could end being a cupbearer. Okay, so. So yeah, it was a dangerous job. It was not a job given to women. Even queens had male cupbearers, those who ruled in their own right. Again, it's a dangerous job. You don't give dangerous jobs to women. Every cupbearer understands that their life could end right there beside the throne. Okay, every cupbearer knows this.
Poison.
Yeah, poisoning is not a good way to go. Yeah. So,
Former cupbearer was rarely
yeah, Ryan Cone Cap. Former cup bearer was rarely a title given. Yes, I would say so. Mama says, huh, interesting about queens having male cupbearers. Oh, they absolutely did. Queens were surrounded by male courtiers. Okay. And those doing the dangerous jobs around the queen, they were men. The royal guards were men. Even for a queen, they were men. Okay. For a high risk position like a cupbearer, yeah, that's a man doing that job. Because you don't want a woman doing that job. Because if she's going to be writhing on the floor, dying because her internal organs are melting, that's not a good look for the court. But it's just Mama says, wait. So, real question: did they have eunuchs on top of risking their lives every time she was thirsty? It depends on the court. Okay. Um, the ones Nehemiah would have been a eunuch. He was a eunuch. Okay. So, yes. So she would not have been harmed in any sort of danger of untowardness. Okay, because in Persian courts, yeah, Persian courts, Assyrian courts, yeah, they're all eunuchs. In Egypt, they're not eunuchs. Okay, but there was still a lot of guys around there that would have ended any anything inappropriate made towards the queen. Yeah, that's a nastier death than being poisoned. Yeah. So, oh boy. Yeah. So it depends on the which court you're talking about. In the Persian court, yes, it's eunuchs who are also the food tasters. In Egyptian court, no. Okay. That's the fun. All right. Next one here. AT Ministries. Elaborate on the dangers of Eastern meditation. It can drive you insane. That's probably the big major. It can open you up to demonic influence and demonic possession. There are some aspects of Eastern meditation that do actually invite demons. So it can be very problematic in that way. Uh, there are instances, as I said, of insanity. Um, Sometimes called when, for example, in yoga, where they invoke the Kundalini force. The snake wrapped around the thorn. Okay, that's not just a metaphor. It's the idea that, yeah, the snake can bite you, and so can the thorn, and the thorn can stab you. Okay, it's dangerous, and people who practice Eastern meditation know it's dangerous. They're not going into this with their eyes half closed. They understand this. So, but those are the two main dangers are, as I said, possession and insanity. But I also have seen nervous disorders results as well. I knew a guy.
Which is weird for something that's
I knew a guy who practiced yoga. I kid you not. He was just. I mean, I he was with. I was a student at the time, and a group of students were around him, and he was telling us, "Oh, I practice meditation, and it makes me so relaxed." We're going, "Oh yeah, okay, we will believe you, buddy." Uh huh. Yeah, so it was just like, Um, yeah, relaxed. Sure you were. Uh, it's like, it was a wreck. It was an absolute wreck. But but a lot of people, get into Eastern meditation, not understanding the issues and the problems with it. So, um, I don't know what to tell you, but yeah, not good, not good at all. So, so that's what I would recommend there. Is just stay away from Eastern meditation. It's just not good stuff. Okay. Next from NAT Ministries is how Christians should medicate. Okay. Now, there is a practice in the West. It's called Christian or Western meditation. And when the Bible talks about the righteous man meditating on Scripture day and night, this is what it's talking about. It's not talking about emptying your mind. It's talking about something else. It's where you read a passage of the Bible over and over and over again, so you can see new insights and new meaning in it. So here's how it works. And it's really easy to do. And this kind of meditation, I do recommend. Okay? You basically pick a psalm. Sure, psalm is fine. And you read it 3 times a day, every day, for a month. Okay? Just one psalm. You don't flip around. Pick one psalm. As I said, read it 3 times a day, every day, for an entire month. By the time you get to day 28, 29, 30, you start seeing some very, very interesting insights into those psalms that you would have never seen if you had just read it 1 or 2 times. You start getting deep into the text, into God's Word. So, that is an example of Christian or Western meditation. So, Big Destiny said, I forgot to mention, I did the Psalm 1 challenge. It really did change over the course of the month. Yeah, it does. Yeah, and it is an example of Western meditation, and you're not emptying your mind, you're not inviting demons in, you're filling your mind with God's Word and His Holy Spirit, and it just makes the Bible come alive. Lou Sandoval asks, are there other types of biblical meditation apart from that one? Not really. That's the main one. There's variations on, but it basically all falls under the same rubric. I mean, there are people who will do, say, instead of 3 readings a day, they will do, say, 10 readings of the same passage every day for a month. But it all falls under roughly the same rubric of repeatedly ingesting the Word of God through repetitive reading, essentially. CT316 asks, does this method work with the epistles? Yes, it does. It'll work with any scripture. Okay, any scriptures this will work with. Mama says, Doc, I remember you recommending this before. I've yet to do it. Feels like I should do it. Trust me, once you do it, it's mind-opening. It really will open your mind to scripture in a way you've never seen before. It just... Yeah, Mrs. Producer says days 3 to 7 you will be bored out of your mind because you thought you've read this before. Push through to day 30. You will not regret it. Gandalf the Base says, biblical meditation is incredibly important for the righteous walk. I wish the church spoke on this more. Yeah, I kind of do too, honestly. Because it really sort of opens your mind. So yeah, I think it's a really important practice. It's a part of orthopraxis, and I think a lot of Western Christians miss out on this. And it is part of our tradition. It is part of our history, and it's part of our let's say of our religious practice as Western Christians. So it's one of those things I really, really think people should do more. And frankly, it would get people more into God's word. Mama says, I appreciate the warning. I will do this. I will give a report around Valentine's Day. I am committing. Awesome! Let us know what passage you're doing. I'd love to hear that too. Okay, we'll move on here to one more AT question. And then we'll take some more super chats. Explain Luke 16, 1-9. Okay. Let's see what Luke 16, 1-9 says. Luke 16. Okay. 1-9. Now, he was also saying to the disciples, there was a certain rich man who had a steward, and this steward was reported to him as squandering his possessions. Oh, I know this one. Okay. And he called him and said, what is this I hear about you? Give an account of your stewardship, for you can no longer be steward. Okay, the steward's getting fired. He was squandering the master's wealth, and now he's getting fired. And the steward said to himself, what shall I do, since my master is taking the stewardship away from me? I am not strong enough to dig. I am ashamed to beg. I know what I shall do, so that I am not removed from the stewardship, so that when I am removed from the stewardship, they will receive me into their homes. And he summoned each one of his master's debtors, and he began saying to the first, how much do you owe my master? And he said, 100 measures of oil. And he said, take your bill, sit down, and write 50. Then he said to another, how much do you owe? And he said, 100 measures of weight. And he said, take your bill and write 80. Okay, so he's slashing the debts of his master's of the lendees or lenders. And verse 8. And his master praised the unrighteous steward because he acted shrewdly. For the sons of this age are more shrewd in relation to their own kind than the sons of light. And I say to you, make friends for yourself by the means of mammon of unrighteousness, that when it fails, they receive you into the eternal dwellings. Okay, so what does this mean? Essentially, what it means is that first of all, he's not praising this steward for being wicked. This steward is wicked. He's doing an evil thing. Okay? But he's doing an evil thing in a clever way. Okay? In a shrewd way. In a wise way. Okay? He's still doing a wicked thing. But he's doing wickedness in a way that's smart. Okay? So what he is saying here is that the sons of light, the believers, have money and are not using it smart. He's not saying that the sons of light are wicked, but he's also saying that they're not smart. And he's basically saying that the sons of light, believers, should be smarter with their money. They should use it wisely. Use it for the kingdom. Use it to make friends and influence people. So that's what he's saying here. He's not saying that the steward was a good person. He's not praising the steward for being moral. He's praising the steward for being shrewd, smart, clever, cunning. So that's what he's praising the steward for. And as such, he says that the believers should also be smart. Okay, then what is the context of... What's the context of verse 13? Okay. Verse 13, no servant can serve two masters, for he will either hate one and love the other, or else he will hold one and despise the other. You cannot serve God and mammon. Okay. So this is the curtail warning. Okay, so he said basically to the sons of light, act wisely, but you can't serve mammon. You still have to serve God. You can serve God or serve money. Can't do both. So he's not saying, again, he's not praising the steward for being good or moral. He's praising him for being wise. And that he thinks that the sons of light should be wise. But they shouldn't also fall into the trap of serving money either. Okay? So that's sort of the counterbalance. So verse 13 here is the counterbalance. So he's still basically saying what the steward did was wrong, and they shouldn't do what the steward did. But they should have that mindset of doing things in a smart way. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Mary says, "Be wise." Yeah, that's the moral of the story here. It's to be wise. It's exactly what Christ is driving at. Be wise as serpent, innocent as doves. Okay, let's go on to the next super chat here. Josiah the Sire for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Getting ready to preach through Exodus with my church team. Awesome to hear. Glad to hear that. What are your favorite commentaries, and what do you suggest for layman level reading? Commentaries. I haven't preached on Exodus for a long time, so I can't even tell you off the top of my head what's the best commentaries. I would always go with the Gospel. What's it called now? The Gospel Coalition has a list of recommended commentaries, and I always sort of say that's a good place to start for commentaries. The fact is that there's dozens of commentaries. The one I sort of go to first is Sarna's commentary. The JPS Torah commentary, that's sort of my go-to commentary when I first look up something in Exodus. But there's other commentaries that are good too. Douglas Stewart has a good commentary. Tony Merida has a good commentary. James Bruckner, T. Desmond Alexander, all of those are good commentaries. You can't go wrong with them. Again, I mean, here's the one thing I sort of moan about when it comes to commentaries on the Exodus is they have a very poor grasp in general of the Egyptian material. The dirty secret of commentaries is that all commentaries are based on other commentaries. So you don't get a large number of... They don't have... There isn't a large amount of diversity within Exodus commentaries. So I would love to see someday somebody do a good commentary that incorporates the Egyptian material and incorporates some new ideas. Yeah, I know they want that to be me, but the publishers don't want that to be me. I can't fight what the publishers want. Yeah, basically, publishers want tenured professors to do these commentaries. I'm not a tenured professor. I'll probably never be a tenured professor. So I'll probably never write an Exodus commentary. So that's just sort of the long and the short of it, is the publishers will not accept anything less than a tenured professor for a work like this. So this is why people who are at an institution will have those opportunities to write those commentaries, whereas someone like me will never will. So, but that's basically, those are the, I would suggest, are decent commentaries if you want to go through them. Again, Sarna is my sort of go-to, but I would prefer a better commentary overall. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Louis Sandoval for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. God land promise fulfilled to Israel, ongoing or fulfilled? Oh, it's ongoing. The promise was that the sons of basically the that the descendants of Abraham will have the land. They'll have the land, they'll have the relationship, and they'll have the posterity. The posterity we still see today, so that's been a fulfilled promise. The relationship with God is kind of strained, but the land is still, right now mostly in descendants of Abraham's hands. So yeah, I still think so I do think it's an ongoing promise. It's a perpetual promise. It's an everlasting promise. So it's not a promise that's going to go away. It's not a promise that can be just fulfilled. Just because it's promised to the seed of Abraham. So yeah, I don't think that's ever going to be true, sort of consummated as such. It's not a promise that can be consummated. So it's going to be perpetually ongoing. So. BC4YT, can we crowdfund you to do a commentary? You can crowdfund it, sure, but who's going to publish it? I mean, I have to self-publish it pretty much. That's what it would have to come down to. Well, yeah, if it's crowdfunded, I could. Hey, look, if you could crowdfund me like Brandon Sanderson got for his book, I'll do it. Did you hear about Brandon Sanderson's crowdfunding thing? He got $40 million. Yeah, if you crowdfund me $40 million, I'll do a commentary. Okay. Next one here. Big Destiny for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Howdy, folks. How did the Egyptian mount wheels to their chariots, and did they have mechanics whose sole job it was to work on the chariots? Much love. Okay, the guy responsible for maintaining a chariot was the driver. That was the guy who was responsible. It's part of his job as a charioteer to maintain his own equipment. Okay, now there were experts who could maintain certain portions of it. Like for example, if a wheel broke, you had to go to a craftsman who would make the wheels for you. Okay? Now, how they mount the wheels to the chariot? The way they did it was there was a central axle that ran through the carriage of the chariot, and then the wheels were just sort of slipped on, and basically a pin held the chariot wheel onto the axle. Okay, so that's how they mounted the wheels on. There's an axle assembly. It's kind of a long tube. You have the wheel that, if you imagine the wheel going up and down, and there's a long tube that comes out of the axle assembly. And Big Destiny asks here, was the axle wood? No, it was bronze. The axle assembly is bronze. Okay? So you had the axle assembly, and the axle assembly went on a wood shaft. Okay? So they would mount the axle assembly over a wood shaft and then pin it into place. Okay? So, yeah, that axle assembly is one of the most difficult things to make for a chariot. So, yeah, it did use chariots were expensive. They were very expensive. Big Destiny says, wow, that seems like a good amount of bronze. It was a good amount of bronze. And chariots were incredibly expensive, which is why only the upper classes became charioteers. You had to have wealth to become a charioteer. Because if you were enlisting in the army, your rank was determined by what equipment you could afford. Okay? So, if you were coming in as, say, a grunt, you came in as an archer, because that was the best equipment you could afford. A bow and an arrow, anyone could make, anyone could afford. So your lowest rank in the Egyptian army was archer. Okay, if you could afford a spear and shield, okay, you were the next rank up. You were infantry. Then after that came the charioteers. Now, a charioteer could go all the way to the top to general. So, charioteer, that's your officer ranks. Now, there were some captains in the infantry too, but you were limited. I kind of view captains of the infantry more like sort of non-commissioned officers. Yeah, they had real power over their squads, but they couldn't rise up the ranks, all the chain of command. You had to be a charioteer if you wanted to go to the highest ranks of the military. Mama says, so a charioteer was top tier? Yes, he was. Yep. Oh yeah. If you got into the chariot corps, your career was as high as you could go. I mean, as high as you could work your way up. There was no limit to how high you could do it. Some charioteers became pharaoh. Some charioteers became pharaoh. Think about that. Horemheb was a charioteer. He had started off as a charioteer in the charioteer rank, and he worked his way up to general, and eventually became pharaoh. And he's not the only one who did this. Okay? So yeah, you could go all the way to the top. Ramses the First was a charioteer. He became pharaoh. So it happens sometimes that if they were a general, they were a charioteer at some point in their career. So charioteers, hey, the sky's the limit. Sky's the limit. How's that for recruiting? Military recruiting for you. uh good times. Um Gandalf asks or says, "It's funny the shift from iron to bronze. Wasn't bronze stronger than iron, but hard to make? So the shift to iron was it was easier to arm an army with." Oh no, 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 no. Bronze is not stronger than iron. Iron is definitely stronger than bronze. There's no question about it. Um, the shift had to do with the fact that um, getting hit with iron weaponry would make a mess of your day. That's really what caused the shift. Um, the Assyrians had iron. Okay, they made a mess of a lot of Bronze Age cultures. Um, the fact is that, say, iron arrowheads would pierce through bronze armor very easily. Uh, so it definitely wasn't bronze. Definitely wasn't stronger. Um, but boy, uh, when you look at, for example, when I did a study on bronze and versus iron arrowheads, one of the things you notice was they could use heavier bows with iron arrowheads. Okay, so one of the things we discovered is that iron arrowheads can shatter bone. They can shatter bone, whereas uh, bronze arrowheads tend to be stopped. They tend to be stopped by bone, and just they'll slice tissue like nothing, but they won't shatter bone in the same way that an iron trifoil point will. So no, bronze wasn't stronger. It wasn't even close to stronger, and that was the problem with bronze. Is in fact it was what kept bronze going for as long as it did was the fact that it was easier to smelt. Okay, you could smelt copper alloy very very easily. It doesn't take very high temperatures to do this, relatively speaking. It was abundant. The problem really though was its strength. When they started smelting iron, however, that's when things started to change. You could make swords that were longer, a lot longer. So, you did have the occasional 6-foot bronze sword, but they weren't really an effective weapon because they were too heavy. Too thick, too heavy. You could make light, long swords from iron. So you had more reach with a sword, an iron sword. You had more strength with iron armor. You had more penetrating power with iron arrows. Even the spears were vastly an improvement when they went to iron. You didn't have to use as much of it, so you had a lighter spear that was more flexible and easy to use. So, oh yeah, you have to get the iron really hot to smelt it. It's really a reductive. Smelting iron is really a reductive process, so it never melts. Never really melts. It's just sort of the impurities, the oxide, the leach out of it and leave you with these like pebbles of iron. And what you do is you take those pebbles and gather them all together and you forge them together. Really kind of a pain in the butt to smelt iron. Oh yeah. Well, it's funny because when you do an iron smelting, I mean, with a copper smelt, it's no. I mean, you see a big pool of copper at the bottom. But with iron, what you have to do is you have to break apart the smelter, clean out all the ash, and you're just sorting through the ash, looking for these tiny pebbles. It's really weird. It's really weird the ancient process of iron smelting, because you're just collecting these looks like little beads, little tiny iron beads, and they're only like about 2-3 millimeters. I mean, you're really going through all that ash. Yeah, it was astonishing anything was made out of iron back then. So it's just just you're just sifting through. I mean, there's actually a verse that talks about this in Job, where it talks about the ash of going through the ash of the smelter. Yeah, they really did this. Why? Because it was made great tools.
But yeah.
It is very tedious, yeah.
By the way, yeah.
Okay.
That one on. How do we
How do we you're in the test of lay people. Okay. So now we did owe a question to who is it? Gandalf. Okay. Gandalf asked a question, a super chat last week, and we didn't answer it apparently, on how do academics re-earn the trust after all the scandals and all the garbage that they've been putting out there. I don't know if we can. I think the only thing we can do is just be thorough, be rigorous in our scholarship. Okay? Unless the reason why we've lost trust as, say, academics is because of academics not being rigorous in what they do. I mean, who wants to trust an academic that can't even say something without doing a logical fallacy? If you can't tell when you're strawmanning your opponent, if you can't tell when you're quote mining them, I mean, if you can't even quote, say, the logical fallacies you're accusing someone else correctly, who can trust you if you're using dodgy exegesis, eisegesis, and all of this? Again, should people trust academics? Especially when it's so ideologically driven. So, oh, jeez. Sorry about that, Gandalf. He says, well, clearly I'm the product of the foolish academics. I got the bronze to iron shift wrong, and I hold a minor in world history. Sorry about that, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I know about the smelting project, the process, because I did a master's level course in pyrotechnology. That's at the University of Liverpool. There was this one professor who did this course on basically all this fire related technology of the ancient world. Oh, it was so cool. I mean, I come up from Liverpool and I tell you what he taught that day.
Yeah.
Why ceramics work. Firing ceramics actually works. Okay, why does it work though? Fascinating though. How is glass made? How does copper smelting work versus how does iron smelting work? It's different. So it was a really cool class. It was a really, really cool class. But that's how I learned it. Is I took a class specifically on pyrotechnology. So Gandalf, I do understand. I definitely understand, when, we have professors that say something that's not right, not well researched, not rigorously um, documented, and that just sort of leads to people. I mean, a lot of this stuff people can look up now. It's because we live in an information society, and I'm not saying that's a good thing. The fact is that even though we live in an information society, people have never been so ignorant. But despite that, a lot of people can look up what you say. So I think it's incumbent upon us as academics to be as rigorous as we can be, because people have the capacity to look it up and check your work. So, Mama says here, we need church leadership that challenges us. Without challenge, we don't grow. And I believe that entirely. I've always said that a good pastor raises the bar above their congregation. Not too high, so they can't reach it, but just enough that they need to stretch to reach it. Okay? We don't want to dumb down the Bible. We don't want to dumb down Christianity for the lowest common denominator, because then nobody grows. If they can't stretch, they won't grow. So what you do have to do is just raise it up so that, say, maybe 80% of the people in your congregation have to stretch to reach it. The congregation workout. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a congregation workout. So,
No, but us congregation.
Yeah.
I mean, we had that
Yep.
8th grade education. Adored your club.
Yeah.
That was 8th grade education.
Yeah. Gandalf follows up here. Do you think we will have to create new universities to regain respect, or is it just totally gone? The internet came with the blessing and curse that everyone hit with a microphone can share their opinion. Here's my opinion on the whole universities the problem with universities. Okay, we have sort of two problems intersecting with the university system. Okay, we do have the rot of liberalism on one hand. Okay, woke ideologies, leftism, Marxism, all of that's in the university systems. Okay? So people aren't going to trust universities just on, say, a common sense level of ideology. But on the other hand, too, we also have a lot of people on the right saying universities have no value. And that's just as toxic in its own way. So we got, on one hand, the left controlling the universities because they're the ones in control, because the right took off. The right left the building. And then the right saying, well, universities have no value because it's controlled by the left. Well, the thing is, universities still have a value. They still have a purpose. But again, the matter of respect is going to come down to how are the public academics interfacing with the public. Because here's the thing. The perception of any university is going to depend upon its public academics. The people who are facing the world, the academics who aren't just in the ivory tower. Because here's the thing. The academics in the ivory tower, the public doesn't know who's in the ivory tower. They don't know who's there. They can guess, but they don't know. The only people the public sees from the academy are those who basically come out of the ivory tower and talk to the people. And right now, that's not a popular place to be. You do have some public academics that are basically liberal mouthpieces. Okay? Conservatives are in hiding. They're in hiding. Because they don't want to make waves. They don't want to buck the system. They want to do their 30 years and collect their pension. Okay? So, I think this is a real issue with, say, the universities. Is, even the good ones have a perception problem because public academics aren't picking up the ball. They're leaving it to people like me who aren't in the system.
You're not getting a job.
Yeah, and I'm not getting. Yeah, I'm not getting.
Picking up the ball.
Yeah, I'm not getting jobs because I did pick up the ball. So.
And yet you're the one getting mobbed in museums.
Yeah, yeah, I am the one getting mobbed in museums in Cairo. Mama says, in my opinion, I guess I don't know what that means exactly. The church laity is never going to push the clergy to a higher standard. It might be. It's the clergy's job to make sure standards are high, but today's seminaries aren't creating those clergy. Today's seminaries are teaching cowardice. That's in my experience. Okay. If you go to a seminary today, they're basically teaching seminaries to duck and cover. They're basically teaching seminarians to fear their congregation. The fact is, there's a I think it's the book of Hosea, chapter 4. Let me share this with you. If you want to know what seminaries are like right now, let's see. Find this passage here. I think it's Hosea. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Where is it? Okay. Yeah, it is 4. Yeah, here it is. Hosea 4:9. Okay. If you want to understand how modern, what it's like to be sort of in the ministry today, or the seminary, you got to go here. Hosea chapter 4 is an indictment. But let's read the passage here. Listen to the word of the Lord, O sons of Israel. For the Lord has a case against the inhabitants of the land, because there is no faithfulness or kindness or knowledge of God in the land. There is swearing, deception, murder, stealing. Swearing here is curse. Okay. This is religious cursing, by the way. This is not profanity in verse 2 here. This is religious cursing. As in, I curse you to be infested by the flies from 1,000 camels. Okay? That's what this is. Deception, murder, stealing, and adultery. They employ violence, so that bloodshed follows bloodshed. Therefore the land mourns, and everyone who lives in it languishes. Along with the beasts of the field and the birds of the sky, and also the fish of the sea disappear. Okay, so there's some environmental destitution. Yet let no one find fault. Let none offer reproof. For your people are like those who contend with the priest. Okay, so the people are arguing with the priest. You'll stumble by day, and the prophet will also stumble with you by night. Okay, the prophet is supposed to help you see, but he's stumbling right beside you in the darkness. And I will destroy your mother. Okay? Now this is not this idea of destroying your mother. This is not that God's going to kill off the woman who gave you birth. This is more, I'm going to cut off your nation. Okay? So that's what this means here. This is a euphemism for the nation. I'm going to cut off the nation. Verse 6. My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Okay? There's no knowledge here. Priests are not conveying knowledge to the people. Because you have rejected knowledge, I will also reject you from being my priest. Okay? So there's this idea that God's going to reject the priest that rejects knowledge. Since you have forgotten the law of your God, I will also forget your children. The more they multiplied, the more they sinned against me, I will change their glory into shame. They will feed on the sin of my people and direct their desire toward their iniquity. Iniquity, again, is that drift. They've slowly drifted off the path into unrighteousness. Then verse 9. And it will be, and this is the kicker, like people, like priest. So I will punish them for their ways and repay them for their deeds. So it's kind of almost like people like priest, like people like priest, like people like priest. That's what Hosea 4 was driving at. Okay? So, if the priest isn't good, the clergy isn't good, one should probably take a little look at the people. People select their pastors in most congregations. Yeah, there's some congregations, some denominations that still have a clergy selected assignment of ministers, but most congregations these days, most denominations these days, select their own pastors. And they're looking a lot like the people. Okay? I heard this when I was trying to, apply for some pastoral positions. I heard one pastoral selection committee, when asked, what do you want out of a pastor? Oh, we want a guy with a family. We want a guy with 2.5 kids, a dog, cat, and Alexis, apparently. But it was basically, well, okay, is that what you want? We want someone we can relate to, someone who knows sports. Literally. This came out of their mouths. We want someone we can relate to, someone who knows sports. What about theology? What about someone who could teach the Bible? What about hymnody? Say what? I mean, I could swear I did not see sports in Titus or First Timothy as a pastoral requirement. It's really, it just what? Oh, they also want someone who could play the guitar. Uh, that time, acoustic guitar, not electric.
Not electric.
Okay.
BC, is it okay to live with a hermit in the woods?
PC. Is it okay to go live as a hermit in the woods? Yeah, well. Mama says one pastor selection process that I was involved with made me realize that all the board of elders just wanted someone to tickle their ears and ignore their sins. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, we heard one elder once say to us, that he was learning so much about the Bible from the children's Bible he was reading his 4-year-old. What? Huh? Oh boy. Mama said, and yet most churches won't pay a living salary for a youth pastor. Yeah, which is a shame. But they expect one to be married and have children. Oh yeah, they expect pastors to be married and have children. Even youth pastors now today are expected to be married and have children. Just because there's been so many impropriety scandals. Yeah, it was just. Yeah, it's not good. And here's the thing. A lot of churches see youth pastors as sort of springboards to senior pastor positions. And I think that's a problem. Look, I think there should be people who do youth ministry as a career.
It's the most important calling.
Yeah, it's a very important calling. It's a very important calling. And it's one that should not be, well, a stepping stone. It should not be a stepping stone to something else. It should be a proper career with proper salary, proper retirement, proper benefits, just because it's so important. It's just crazy. You know, but a lot of churches are using the youth ministry to try out their pastors. And I think that does real damage to the youth. I think that's, I mean, if they do have the aptitude to be good senior pastors, good preaching pastors, they're not going to have the same skills that a youth pastor needs. So, Mama says, so many youth pastors are just waiting for the executive pastor or preaching pastor to move on to make space for them. Yeah. And in the meantime, they're not good youth pastors. They're not good youth pastors. And frankly, then they don't even get the practice to be preaching pastors. Frankly, most youth pastors don't even have qualifications to be a preaching pastor. Let's be blunt about that, too. A lot of youth pastors don't have an MDiv. In fact, most don't.
That's a salary base.
That's a salary base. That's an economic thing.
They're not recruiting the best.
No.
And yet, an adult congregation can get away without having out each elder.
Yeah, well.
But youth pastors? You lose entire generations.
Yeah, you lose entire generations by a bad hire in a youth pastor. And the fact is, I've seen a lot of youth pastors who, they became youth pastors because they didn't have the MDiv. They didn't have the education. But once you have that indication, now you've got student loans that you've got to pay off.
Yeah.
And no youth pastor is going to be able to pay off those student loans. So you got this catch-22, where you have youth pastors waiting for the senior pastor to move on, and the youth pastor cannot be qualified for the senior pastor position, but they're also not a good youth pastor because they're not trained. It's bizarre.
What? 11.
11:10. Okay. Gal Base says, as a youth pastor who is single, we are seen as the brown sheep in the church. We aren't seen as potential predators. I want to stay a youth pastor and eventually adjust teach at a Bible college. Okay. Yeah, this is a real problem. C says, sorry, we are seen as potential predators. Yeah. Okay, that I understand. I understand that completely. That's why a lot of hiring committees now want married couples doing youth ministry. It's why missions fields now aren't taking single men. Missionaries now, if you want to be a missionary, you can't be a single man anymore. Okay, you can't. But mission organizations won't take you as a single man. They'll take single women. They'll take married couples. But no, they won't take single men anymore for the mission field. The church has a real problem with single men. Single men and women too, but it's a different problem. But single men in ministry are seen as potential predators. It's why, as I said, almost every church hiring committee I've ever come across wants a pastor who's a married man with 2.3 children, a dog, cat, and a Lexus.
Most have been married.
Yeah, most of the sex scandals have been married men, yes.
The single men seem to have a much greater...
Well, some of them do. So, I mean, it's just... Yeah, it's not a good predictor that some bad things won't happen.
But Mama makes the point. Another reason they want them married so they can get a wife.
There is that too. Mama says another reason they want them to be married is so they can rope the woman into serving without being paid. Yeah, that too. My answer to that is I've always let my wife do her own volunteering. Yeah. Yeah, they should. But all pastors should wear body cams for their own self-preservation, if nothing else. So, yeah, I think it's really distressing how pastoral hirings are done these days. I kind of wish it wasn't this way, but unfortunately it is. Gandalf says, as someone who studied predators, they are manipulators. They have families to cover their tracks. Predators are rarely single for their own predatory reasons. But Hollywood says otherwise. Yeah, oh yeah, I definitely agree with that. No, there was the Houstons. And that is public knowledge. Yep. Hillsong, look it up. You will see wow. Wow. Yeah, that talk about predators. Hillsong has a chronic issue with this to this day. All right. Let's move on to the next super chat here. Michael Gee for $15 New Zealand. Thank you for the super chat. Are the sons of God in Job 1:6 the same dudes as in 6:2? If not, why not? Psalm 82, 6-7 suggests the sons of God are not human. All right. You actually have 3 texts in there, each with a different context. This is why they're not all the same. Different contexts, different meanings. Okay? Context is king. Okay? Context is king. So let's take each one of these and let's parse them out. Start at Job 1. Job 1 verse 6. Okay? Now there was a day when the sons of Elohim came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan also came among them. Okay, the context here is a council of gods. Pearl Heiser. No surprise here. This is a classic Iron Age Sons of God text, and basically Divine Council text. Okay, so these Sons of God are, say, Divine Council. No problem there. Okay? Let's then go to Psalm 82. Okay, Psalm 82, 6-7. Okay. All right. Now, this does not really say sons of God, but we'll get into this here, but get into the context here. We'll read it. Verse 1, God takes a stand in his own congregation. He judges in the midst of the rulers. How long, and this is midst of the Elohim. So it's starting off, the context of Psalm 82 is starting off talking about the sons of Elohim. Okay? Amongst the Elohim. Not sons of Elohim, but Elohim. Okay, the small g gods. How long will you judge unjustly and show partiality to the wicked? That's kind of strange. Since when do the Elohim, the council of gods, show partiality to the wicked? Verse 3, vindicate the weak and the faithful, fatherless, do justice to the afflicted and the destitute. Wait, are we still talking about spirit beings here? Rescue the weak and needy. Deliver them out of the hand of the wicked. They do not know, nor do they understand. They walk about in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are shaken. I said, you are gods, and all of you are sons of Elion, the Most High. Okay? Okay, so, nevertheless, you will die like men and fall away like any one of the princes. Arise, O God, judge the earth, for thou dost possess all the nations. Okay, so what we have here in Psalm 82 is amphibole. Okay, so Psalm 82 is an amphibole. It starts off talking about divine counsel, but it's clear that it's not staying with that theme. It's shifting to human judges. Because, frankly, the Council of Gods did not vindicate the weak and the fatherless. They didn't care. That wasn't their part of their purview. That wasn't part of their circles of influence. They didn't rescue the weak and the needy. That's not what Elohim do. But it's what human judges do. And human judges judge per verse 2. Okay? Human judges judge. That's their job. Okay? So, Psalm 82 suggests that some sons of God are humans, but some are not. Because it's using the word in two ways at the same time. Okay? I use, you know, sometimes use a sports car metaphor here, which is, bought this sports car, absolutely gorgeous, beautiful paint job, great curves, fast ride, makes a great sandwich, but she's really expensive. Am I still talking about a sports car? Your car never made you a sandwich, no. Take the sports car off road. No, at that point, I'm not talking about a sports car. I'm probably talking about a woman. Okay? This is amphibole. Is where you're talking about two things at the same time, and you're not necessarily referring to both in the same way at the same time. It's a play on words. Okay? Psalm 82 is taking this sons of God and the Elohim, and it's using it in two ways. Okay? So Psalm 82 actually suggests that the main sort of focus of this psalm is on human judges, but it's doing it in reference to a divine council as such. Okay, so that's Psalm 82. Then Genesis 2. Genesis chapter 6, verse 2, and we take 1 to 4 here. Now it came about that when men began to multiply on the face of the land, daughters were born to them. That the sons of God, and this is the sons of God here, the B'nai Elohim, saw the daughters of Adam were beautiful, and they took wives for themselves, whomever they chose. Okay. Does a God really take a wife? Well, that's the debatable point. But then the Lord said, my spirit will not strive with man forever, because he is also flesh. Nevertheless, his days shall be 120 years. The Nephilim were on the land in those days, also afterwards, when the sons of man came into the daughters of men. So this is that. And they bore children to them. Those were the mighty men who were of old, the men of infamy, men of renown. Okay, so these are men. Okay. So the sons of God in Job 1:6, 6:2, Genesis 6:2, and Psalm 82, 6-7 are all talking about different things. Okay? In the case of Job 1-6, it's divine counsel. In Genesis 2, 6-2, it's men. And these are probably priests. Okay? These are probably priests. And Psalm 82 is talking about both men and deity, these minor gods, at the same time in amphibole. Context matters. Essentially, context matters, and the meaning of this word is going to change with the context. It always means frog? Amphibole. I don't think I said amphibian. I think I said amphibole. Oh, is it? Okay. Oh, gee, there is frogs in my thread. How do we get frogs in here? More lore! More lore! Okay, so Michael, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, next one also from Michael Gee for $10 New Zealand. Thank you very much for the super chat. In Genesis 2:18, the rescuer is a better translation for Eve's rule than help. Is rescuer better translation for Eve's rule than helper? Any poor translation might affect relationships between men and women, moving us away from what God intends. Well, let's read what Genesis 2:18 says. 2 18. Then the Lord God said, "It is not good for man to be alone. I will make a helper suitable for him." Okay. The Hebrew here is Ezri, or Ezer. It's a helper. Okay. It's from the word to help. So, it's not a rescuer. This is not a rescuer. It's a helper. You might not like the language. There's a lot of people who rail against that language, but the text here is quite clear. It's Ezer. So if you've got an Ezer is a helper. Now that should not be a mark of disdain. God is called an Ezer. God is called an Ezer. It's a helper. So So I don't think the translation is the problem here. I think it's what people are superimposing upon that is the problem. If you eisegete any text and read something more into it, you're always going to have more problems than you read when you read something from the text. Okay? So, yeah, rescuer would not be a better translation here. The word is a very straightforward. In Hebrew, it's quite clear. Hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, next one here. We'll take some AT questions. Okay, AT asks, so the primordial gods predate Ra's existence? Yes, they do. Okay. They're sometimes called the ancient deities. So in Egyptian myth, the primordial gods are part of the primordial waters. So they're part of the primordial waters, and the primordial waters existed before the egg of Ra was spawned. So because of that, primordial gods did exist prior to the existence of Ra. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Next one here from AT Ministries. Thank you very much for the super chat. He says, could you explain how the idea of angels and how they looked, evolved, changed over time in the ancient Near East? Yeah, sure. Basically, they started off as kind of lesser deities. Lesser deities. We would call them in Hebrew Elohim. In Egyptian, they'd be Netcharu. These are basically low-level deities that serve specific functions, okay? And often functions that are associated with things like sacred space. So this is how they developed. Now, in the case of, say, Egyptian deities, you would have, for example, in the case of Ra, he would be flanked by two goddesses who had wings. So, wings for arms. Okay? Or arms with wings. So these are your typical throne cherubim that you would see in the late Bronze Age. So that would be your first stage of the development of how the look of angels developed over time, which is they had these arms stretched out that had wings on them, feathers on them, and they were women. Okay, so now later on, what's going to end up happening is once say the Mesopotamians start culturally advancing on Canaan in in Iron Age 2, you're going to start seeing a shift from that sort of human style two-winged cherubim to, well, how do you say this? When cherubim go weird. Okay. This is when you start getting the many eyes, the 6 wings, the four heads. Each head has a different animal on it: an eagle, a ox, a lion, and a human. This is, as I said, as soon as the Mesopotamians get into the discussion on cherubims, things go really, really strange. Okay, wheels all over the place, wing eyes all over the place. Just okay. So that's sort of the height of cherubim weirdness. So so yeah, that's just kind of bizarre. But then you get to the New Testament period, the Roman period, the New Testament period, and then you start seeing a return of, say, the human formed angels, the ones that with the simulacral bodies, kind of similar to what you saw with the encounters with Abraham, okay, and say angelic revelations in the Old Testament. So it kind of goes full circle. It doesn't quite go all the way back to the winged goddesses, but it does come back to a more human style later on. So, Mama says, given how crazy the average angel description is, we are supposed to mate with them. How exactly? I don't even want to imagine that. that's too strange for an innocent mind like mine. Gandalf goes, very carefully. Yeah, don't want to even go there, man. Mama says, I honestly feel dumb for falling for the whole Nephilim were children of actual angels and actual women thing. Oh boy. Yeah. Oh, I get that. Oh, totally. Mama says, I got a snort laugh from Alpha. My day is made. Gandalf says, keep it kid friendly, laugh out loud. Big Destiny. Don't even get me started on the wheel angels. Oh yeah. Yeah, they're trippy, but yeah, they're angels.
Are we talking about city? Or based on the farm kids?
Alpha says, are we talking about city kid friendly or raised on the farm friendly? Kids are listening to this? Yeah, I imagine some are. Yeah, we do have kids watching this. Yeah, we do, don't we? Which yeah, we need to move on here. All right. We got one final one from AT here, which is, how did cherubim look like in Egypt? Goddesses with two wings stretched forward. That's what they look like. I've got lots of pictures of them in my book. You can see them on the reliefs at Luxor Temple. So they're basically goddesses who are kneeling with their or standing with their arms stretched out. You also see them on the sarcophagus of King Tut, as well as on his canopic shrine, his big wooden canopic shrine. So yeah, there's lots of depictions of them in Egyptian culture. Again, they're just minor deities, minor goddesses with arms stretched out, with wings. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. All right, that's enough of that's all of ATs for the night. So we'll move on to the next super chat here. Okay, we got a member question from Mama here. Are any of the hieroglyphs or ancient languages in the movie Night at the Museum accurate? It has been so long since I've seen that. I don't even remember. I didn't even remember they had hieroglyphs in that. I don't know. It's been a while since I've seen that, like decades, a decade and a half probably. Yeah.
But if it,
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mama. I just don't know. I have. It's been so long since I've seen the film. I can't remember.
you have told us.
Yeah, that was the one with Ben Stiller. Yeah,
Yeah. I know the movie, but
yeah, yeah. I know the movie. I've seen the movie. I just don't remember it. No, we weren't checking for that at the time. Okay, next one
you
here.
have told us about the
Mm-hmm.
main guy.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. The guy on Stargate gets when he's correcting the other guy, he gets it wrong too. Yeah, the guy on uh, yeah, the guy on Stargate, he gets it wrong also. Okay, next one here is from Ike the Great for 99.99. Thank you for that very generous super chat. He says, I asked my 7-year-old daughter if, sorry, my 7-year-old son if he had a question. He is enamored with the armor of God, Ephesians 6:12-18. He wants to know what you would want him to know about it. He is very articulate and says he knows it's more than the toy weapons they have them hold in church. Oh, totally. All right, let's talk about the armor of God. This is actually pretty cool. Because a lot of it's based on real armor. Okay, so Armor of God 6 verses 10-18. Okay, we'll do the passage here, and then we will sort of break it down. Okay, verse 10. Finally, be strong in the Lord and in the strength of his might. Put on the full armor of God that you may be able to stand firm against the schemes of the devil. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against rulers, against powers, against world forces of darkness, against spiritual forces and wickedness in high places. Okay, these are spirit critters. Okay, verse 12 is mentioning a variety of spirit critters. Okay, so this is not a theoretical conflict. This is real. Verse 13. Therefore, take up the full armor of God that you may be able to resist in the evil day, and having done everything, stand firm. Okay, that's the message here. Stand firm. And this is a military command. This whole idea of standing firm. Histemi, stand firm. Basically, you're in a lineup. Okay, you think of it as you're in a rank of soldiers. Okay, you're in a rank of soldiers, and you are holding the battle line. Stand firm, therefore, verse 14, having girded your loins with the truth. Okay, girding the loins is basically when you take your tunic, everyone back then wore tunics, and you wrap it up so you don't get caught in it if you have to move forward. So that's what girding your loins is. It's basically tying your tunic in a way that it won't interfere with you being able to run. Having put on the breastplate of righteousness. Okay. Now, breastplates were not usually full sheets. They were strips. They were strips of iron. Okay. So the construction of full breastplate armor had been done a little bit by the Greeks, but it had fallen long out of fashion by this point, and had been replaced by strips of metal. Okay, and it's basically metal. This is a breastplate where he's talking about here, where it's only protecting the front. So it strips along the metal along the front. The word for this is thorax. Basically the same word that we use for basically, describing the upper body. So it's how do I say this? These are not comfortable. This is not comfortable stuff to wear. Okay. Uh, this was hot. There was actually a slang term for some of this called an oven. Okay. The Romans would call these ovens as a slang term. Basically, the Roman soldier felt like they were being cooked in their armor. So anyone who's worn real medieval armor knows it's not comfortable. Okay? It looks cool, but it's not comfortable. Okay? Yeah, it's not worn to be comfortable, it's worn to protect your life. Okay, so breastplates.
That's an excellent example.
Yeah.
It's not, oh,
Oh yeah.
no, it's uncomfortable being a
Yeah.
Christian.
So again, this breastplate, the thorax, is not a something that you would wear for leisure. This is something for practical protection. Okay, at verse 15, and having shod your foot with the preparation of the gospel of peace. So basically, your feet are bound in a sandal of some kind. That's typically would be made out of leather. So it's a kind of a leather. It's a leather shoe that would be in mind here. It's a particular leather shoe that was very, very common among Romans. Okay. In addition to all, verse 16, taking up the shield of faith, with which to be able to extinguish all the flaming missiles of the enemy. Now, Belos is a missile. It's an arrow. But the shield of faith, the Therios, typically these were used, they were square shields. They were meant to interlock. Okay. So here we got, and when we talk about this, let's just finish the items and we'll talk about how it all fits together in a moment. We will say in verse 16 that the shield is it's your defense, but also flaming arrows. Arrows were weapons of cowards. Okay? Yes, low ranks, but cowards too. So low-ranking cowards use the bow and arrow. So you're basically fighting spirit critters that are shooting at you from a distance. Verse 17. And then take on the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, because you don't want to go into battle without a weapon, which is the word of God. Okay? And the Makarios here, this is the sword here, is a Makarios. This is a short sword. Okay? This is a short, usually defensive sword. Okay? But so your weapon here is a defensive sword. Then finally, 18, with all prayer and petition, pray at all times in the Spirit, and with this in view, be on alert with all perseverance, petition for all the saints. Okay, so let's all kind of put this together. Okay? You got a breastplate, like an oven. It only protects your front. It's only the breastplate, it's not the back plate. Okay? So you've got protection from the front. You got a shield. Okay. Your shield is going to interlock with your friend's shield. Combat is a community. It's a community activity. Okay? You don't go to war alone. If you've got a shield, it doesn't do you so much good unless you got another guy with a shield. Because that's how Roman phalanxes worked. They locked shields. And then they had the weapon in hand. Okay? So, you're facing the enemy. Your feet are covered with a leather shoe that gives you some protection. Your loins, your tunic is tied up so you don't trip over it. You have a helmet to protect your head, the noodle. You've got a Macarius, a short sword in your hand. Okay? And you are facing forward. There's no retreating. There's no protection on your backside. Okay? There's no retreating on this one. You're facing the enemy. The enemy's a coward. The enemy is using cowardly weapons at a distance against you. This is why you're going into it as a community. That's why the shield. Okay? You're basically making advances. This is an armor setup designed for you to take territory. And that's what the purpose of this is. You're taking territory against the enemy. Little by little. And it's all of this is just designed to take territory. If the enemy gets close, you got a short sword to protect yourself. Okay, that's why you got a Macarius. That's not why you don't have a long sword here. You got a short sword. You got a Macarius. This is a short sword. This is a defensive weapon. Okay, you don't have a spear. Okay, you're not doing offensive combat here. You're taking land. You're taking land for the kingdom. Because we're more than conquerors. Okay? So, all of this, you put this all together, you're in a team with other believers, your shields are locked, and you're taking steps forward, steps forward, steps forward, taking the land slice by slice by slice away from the kingdom of darkness. Oh, but I like spears. Yeah, you don't get a spear. You don't get one. No spear for you, man. Michael Geese. So it is a defensive sword only? Yeah, it's only a defensive sword. It's Macarius. It's a short sword. We're talking here about 16 to 18 inches. That's a Macarius. Okay, so 16 to 18 inches. So a short sword. Not a big sword. So yeah, it's only a defensive sword. But all your armor here is designed for you to take territory. And to defend yourself from the cowardly attacks of the enemy while you do it. Michael Gee asks, the Greek gives the sword type? Yeah, it does. So we do get that from the Greek. So it is what we are talking here is essentially just the sort of kind of armor that gets you to the strategic goal. And the strategic goal here is to take land from the enemy. So to conquer the land for Christ. That's the purpose of it. So, and basically, it's the struggle against the kingdom of darkness. So that's what we're doing, is we are taking territory from the kingdom of darkness with this. So, Ike the Great, hope that helped. Thank you so very much for that very generous super chat. We really appreciate it. And we hope your son enjoyed the answer to that question. It's a cool question. And there's a lot of really interesting detail in this passage. And that detail sort of tells you kind of what was going on here. Or what Paul had in mind here with the full armor of God.
Basically.
Oh yeah, it basically tells you can't go back into battle alone. None of this armor would be good in lone battle. Okay, this is not. This is a group effort. Yeah, none of this armor would be good on the battlefield by yourself. Yeah. Yeah. Church is community. This armor is the sort of armor that you would use in a group of soldiers. With a group of soldiers. You need others to make this all work. So, again, hope that helps. Thank you very much for that very generous super chat. Very much appreciated. And again, cool question from your son. Great to hear. Okay, next one here is from Big Destiny for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Is there any possible significance to there being 10 plagues and number 10 being a significant number to the Egyptians, like a 10-day week? Yeah, it's possible. I don't know what it is per se, but it's possible that there's a significance to it. I wouldn't know off the top of my head, though, unless I study this to see, is there something paralleling it in Egyptian literature? But, things like that do crop up from time to time. You're going to read something in an ancient text, and then all of a sudden, oh, you do see something like that. So I won't discount that there's a possibility of this, but I don't happen to know what it would be off the top of my head. So sorry if I couldn't answer that any more fully, but again, the research hasn't been done on that yet. So thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, Falls of the Shepherd for $5. Thank you for the super chat. And it says, does Jeremiah 23:6 portray Messiah as God, or is it a reference to Zedekiah? Don't know. Let's see. Jeremiah. Find Jeremiah. There's Jeremiah. Jeremiah 23, verse 6. Okay. And it says, in his days, Judah will be saved. Whose days? Let's go to verse 3 first, and then take the rest of this. Then I myself shall gather the remnant of my flock out of all countries where I have driven them, and shall bring them back to their pasture, and they shall be fruitful and multiply. I shall then also raise up shepherds over them, and they will tend them, and they will not be afraid any longer, nor terrified, nor will any be missing, declares the Lord. Behold, the days are coming, declares the Lord, when I shall raise up for David a righteous branch. A branch, and he will raise up for David a righteous branch. This word branch here is an interesting term. It's not really a branch. It's what's called in agriculture, in horticulture, a sucker. Okay? Yeah, raise up a sucker. It's basically what happens is if you cut off a trunk and a stalk will grow out of the side of the trunk and up. Okay? So in horticulture, this is called a sucker. Okay? It's basically, usually it's undesirable. It's an undesirable thing in horticulture in general. But in this particular case, that's what's being referred to here by a branch. It's not really a branch. Okay? So that's what's going on there. And he will reign as king and act wisely and do justice and righteousness in the land. In his days, Judah will be saved and Israel will dwell securely. And this is his name, which he will be called, the Lord our righteousness. Okay. I think it's clear from the context that this is talking about Messiah, because what we're talking about here is the basically the a continuation of the line of Judah. Now there is a member in the line called Zedekiah. So what we could be having here in this particular passage is a type of basically topology, where you have a type, a archetype, a type, and an antitype. Okay? So we have the type, which is the royal kingly line of David. That's the type. Okay, or sorry, the archetype. So David is the archetype. Zedekiah could be a type of David. Okay, so it could still reference both Zedekiah and Messiah, but Messiah is the antitype. He's the consummation of this prophecy. So it's clear from the prophecy that it's talking about the coming Messiah. That's what's clear from the passage. But the idea that it could also reference Zedekiah isn't beyond the realm of possibility because of typology, and these texts did use typology from time to time. So there's no doubt it's talking about Messiah, but it could also reference Zedekiah as a type of Messiah too. Just not the end of the prophecy, the finality, the consummation of that prophecy. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Next one here is from Charlie H for $10. Thank you for the super chat. I just learned from a friend that just visited Egypt that hippos represented chaos, and they would eat hippo-shaped cakes to consume chaos or to rid their lives of chaos. Is this true? I've never heard of this. I have never heard of ancient Egyptians doing this. Now, they might have done this during the Islamic period. I can't say because I'm not really familiar with the Islamic period all that much. But I do know that guides will tell you crazy stories. Guides tell all sorts of crazy stories, half of which are not true. Why? Because it sounds really good to the tourists. Yeah, could be. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you do get guides in Egypt who will say all sorts of crazy stuff and just sort of expect you to swallow it. And frankly, even if you're, say, sitting there as an Egyptologist and you're listening to these guys just say some dingbat crazy things, you really don't want to say much, because the fact is that some of those guys can make your life miserable. So, especially if you got one that's just really a cantankerous and on the take, like the last tour I did of Egypt, we had a guy that was really not good. He was just there on the take, and he said some crazy stuff, and it's like, okay, how do you deal with that? So you kind of got to take stuff that you hear from guys in Egypt with a pinch of salt, because they're not really subject matter experts. They're employees of contractors that fill a regulatory requirement imposed by the Egyptian government. So, foodie section again. There's a dude. Yeah, the guides are really iffy. Yeah, they are. Hey, what's wrong with the foodie section? We all love a foodie section. Yeah, that does make us hungry. Yeah, so I've never heard of Egyptian shaped cake, or sorry, hippo shaped cakes to consume chaos and rid their lives of chaos. I have never heard of this before. Yeah, it sounds sketchy. Sounds sketchy.
I mean, shape is pretty
Yeah, true.
church kind of baked in baking pans that were like ceramic at best.
Oh, they didn't have pans.
Yeah.
No, Egyptians did no baking in pans. They had no metal pans. They didn't have these ceramic pans. You know, the bread bowls that they baked in were basically cylinders, and they basically broke the cylinders to get the bread out.
So it's highly unlikely.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah, this is not something they did.
cool idea.
Cool idea, just nonsense. Okay, Big Destiny for 199. Thank you for the super chat. What exactly defines what worship is? What exactly defines it is ascribing worth to a deity. That's what worship is. It's ascribing worth to something. Okay? Praise is part of worship. But it can include other activities too. But you're basically ascribing worth to a deity or a higher power. Okay? So that's what worship is in a very, very narrow nutshell. Okay? But it can include things like prayer, worship music, you know, is an activity common with worship. Reciting readings, that sort of thing. So, BCS, can non-deities be worshipped? Yes, but you shouldn't do it. Okay? Here's what I kind of think about that whole thing. I don't think anything less than the God of the universe should be worshipped. Now, I am going to get into real trouble with Mormons here. Okay? Because their idea of God is not God of the universe. Mormons don't worship the God of the universe. They worship the God of this planet. Okay? Godship in Mormonism is local to the planetary body. Okay? Andrew Graham says Mormons are gods of themselves. Yes, but then again, only after they die, and they become gods of a planet. Okay? It's kind of a multi-level marketing scheme for deities. A deity sets up shop on a planet, makes a bunch of spirit babies, they become gods. Those gods go off and become gods of their own planets. Okay. Here's what I think is so fundamentally wrong with Mormon worship. Okay? Is Aten is a bigger, greater god than the God of Mormonism. Okay? The Aten. Now listen to this. Listen carefully here where I'm going with this. Or Ray. You can pick either one. Ray or Aten. Ray is the sun god. He's god of the sun. The sun is huge. Compared to Earth, it is absolutely massive. It's millions of times bigger than the Earth. It puts out the equivalent of 1 trillion nuclear bombs of energy every second. Without the sun, there would be no life on planet Earth. Everything would die. You would have no food without the sun. You would have no warmth without the sun. The sun can kill you by overexposure. It can make your land desolate, but it can also bring fertility to your land. Without the sun, no planet, no Earth. Without the sun, the Earth would go skittering off into the deep, darkest reaches of outer space to freeze. Okay, who's the greater god? The god of Mormonism? God of planet Earth? Or the god of the sun? Amun-Re. I don't think there's even a contest there. You know, if you're just talking about what God is worth worshiping, you would have to say that Amun-Re is a god that's too small. Even though Amun-Re, the sun, is the most powerful object in 4 light years. And that's a huge distance. The sun is the most powerful object in 4 light years. Ancient peoples were not unreasonable in worshipping the sun, but it's still too small a concept of God. And the God of Mormonism is smaller than that. That's what I think is the issue with ascribing worship to things that are not God. Yes, non-deities could be worshipped. It's not done, though. It's not copacetic. It's not biblical. Because those gods are too small. Too puny. If the god of the sun is too small, the god... Yeah, picking up low, you get puny god. Exactly. Yeah. If the sun god is too small to worship, then the god of Mormonism is too small. Because he's just the god of a planet. You know, the third rock around the sun. You know, he's not even god of the other planets. He's not even god of Jupiter. Okay? Not even god of Jupiter. Mama says, Earth is less than the solar system, less than the galaxy, less than the universe. Yeah. Yeah. Professor Ship, respectfully, the assessment of LDS doctrine is character. Okay. Then okay. So when these people become gods, what do they become gods of? Another planet. That's not a caricature, man. That's not a caricature. That's Mormon doctrine. And why do they become gods of another planet? Because as gods was, or how did that go again? As we are, God once was. As God is, we will become. That is Mormon doctrine. That is absolutely Mormon doctrine. And there's just no way around that. Okay? It is the idea that man becomes God. Okay? There's no ontological difference between man and God, except the passage of time. So again, this is just something that we have to say when we look at Mormon doctrine. That's Mormon doctrine. Population of this world. He's God of this world. He's not the God of Kolob. Okay. Is he God of Kolob? There's a definite there's Mormon theology for you. Because he came from the Yahweh God. He came from Kolob. Why did he come from Kolob? He's not God of Kolob. He's not God of Kolob. Kolob is essentially the planet where the God of Mormonism came from. Well, if he's God of the universe, why isn't he also God of Kolob? He's not. Because other gods also came from Kolob, and they had their planets. So, it's not a caricature. It's Mormon doctrine. Okay, move on here. So yes, you can worship things that are not God. It's forbidden. It's forbidden. These are not truly God. Only the God of the universe is. All right, next one here is from Gandalf the Based for $9.99. Thank you for the super chat. He says, "This year will be my first year at ETS. Any tips?" Yeah, I got tips. Never been something like this. What are the P's and Q's post-bachelor's? I don't know. Still in my MDiv program. Don't want to step out of place. You won't. Okay. Here's the thing. There are a lot of people at ETS who don't have MDivs. They're just attendees. Most of the people who attend ETS do not have an MDiv or a THM. Now, to be a member of the society, you have to have a minimum of a THM. But attendees don't need that. They can just show up,
There are a lot of
Yeah, there are a lot of pastors at ETS. So you're definitely free to go there. The one tip I would give you is get the program ahead of time.
Oh yeah.
And pick the sessions you want to see. Because there's a lot. There's no way you can see everything.
Chart out.
Yeah. Chart out where the rooms are. Plan it well, okay? Because, good night, Mama. Glad you could join us tonight, like always. We'll see you next week. So you get some sleep. Hopefully I, at some point, will get some sleep. Okay, so that's what I would recommend is plan out your trip, plan out the conference and the lectures you want to attend, and, just enjoy it. Meet people, have a good time. It's actually a really fun conference. So, I hope to see you there next year. Professor Shimp says, once again, no disrespect. I recommend watching, even reaching out to resources like Thoughtful Faith and missionary discussions on this topic. Also with Egyptologists like Stephen Smoot. I don't trust Stephen Smoot. Okay, I don't trust him on his Egyptology, as far as Mormonism is concerned. Mormon Egyptologists have a history of twisting Egyptological documents to fit the dogma of the church, because their careers are on the line. Okay, they know if they don't toe that line, they'll get fired. So no, that's a definite no. But the fact is that they have not been able to accurately look. I mean, they have not even been able to properly challenge my critique of the Book of Abraham. So, because they haven't been able to challenge that critique of like, for example, I did a whole critique of Night with Bruce Porter on this subject. So, it's just Mormonism does have some theological and textual problems that it just wants to sort of sweep under the rug, that they don't want to bring up, that they do not want to engage. So, pro-Mormon propaganda here is not going to help that. Gandalf the Base says Rosetta Stone really killed the Book of Abraham argument. Yeah, it did. Pretty dead. Well, here's the thing. When I hear guys like what's his name? Guy, I think is his name, Egyptologist at Brigham Young. When he's talking about the bed of Abraham, that's not a bed of Abraham. That's a funerary bier. It has the canopic jars right underneath it. So, and every Egyptologist knows it's a funerary bier. Osiris is mummified on it. So when I get guys like Guy, he talks about, this is the bed of Abraham, and the four canopic jars under that, those are the righteous sons of Jacob, and it's like, oh, BS. It's like, who are you trying to fool? Just like, no. Jeez. I mean, what do you take me for, stupid? Come on. I mean, I did my PhD on ritual furniture. I know a funerary bier when I see one. Jeez Louise. And then I get these Mormon apologists going, well, you see, we have these great Egyptologists that are telling us it's the bed of Abraham because of this papyrus. And then you read the papyrus and it says nothing of the sort. It just, I mean, it's a not they're using a first century Gnostic text that where the text talks about a woman on the bier. Okay, it's a woman on the bier. And this is supposed to be Abraham. You read the text and this is, oh, she did this and she did this and she's going to rise again. And like, oh, it's like, what? Abraham is gender swapping now? Oh, come on. Trans Abraham. That is not an image I want in my head. I mean, I'm not that stupid. Oh, jeez. Baron level. Yeah. It's at that Baron level. Yeah, so it's just like, okay. This is it's going to come down to this. If you've got a faith that strong that you're not going to listen to anything, there's really not a point in putting a lot of energy into this. Okay? This is why I don't do a lot of Mormon counter apologetics, because they're very, very difficult to get. But it's one thing when they want to convince themselves, but when they try to convince me, I'm just not buying it. And I don't have to buy it, and I won't buy it because it just doesn't make any sense. Rant off. Let's get back to the super chats here. Luis Sandoval for 250 Dominican pesos. Thank you very much for the super chat. Will I be able to see or perceive spirit beings, fauna in heaven? Yes, you will. Okay? Because you'll be a spirit yourself. You'll be able to see them. They'll be able to see you. Yeah, absolutely. You'll be able to see them. So, BC, I am not convinced. Jeez. But I'm not. I'm not convinced. Every time they try this, it just makes me even less convinced. Every time I get and I do have Mormon friends who send me, and they're friends, I consider my friends, who do send me apologetic videos. And every time they do this, I can just point to the errors in it, and it's just like, the more they send me, the less convinced I become, because the more problems I see. All right, back to the be able to see spirit beings. Yes, you will be able to see them. You'll probably be able to identify one from the other. Big Destiny goes, I want to see the spirit wheel angels. Well, you might be able to. I wouldn't get too close to them. But Gandalf the base. But Dr. Falk, if Mormons yell louder, then you'll convert. Yeah, they seem to think so. Okay. Next one here is from we're almost at the end of the super chats here, fortunately, because it's almost 12:30 now. Jack Ray for $5. Thank you very much, Jack, for that super chat. Have you ever checked out the Concordia commentary on Exodus 1 to 18? I have not. Okay. I'm not sure. Is that there's that list again. Now, is that Concordia commentary related to Concordia Seminary? BC 480 Mormons yell. Oh yeah, they do. Yeah, they can get really loud if they feel threatened in that way. Yeah. Okay, it's a sponsored question. No, I've not. Okay, so it's from Rob Willard. Okay, I get it now. I have not checked out the Concordia commentary myself. Let me just check if it's at all related to Concordia Seminary. If it is, it's probably why I haven't. Concordia commentary series. Yeah, Concordia Publishing House. Yeah, that's the publishing house of the LCMS. The Lutheran Church Missouri Synod. Okay. So, I don't use a lot of Lutheran commentaries. Now, they might be good commentaries, perfectly fine, but I also I've had enough experience with the Concordia system to know that there's often an ideological axe to grind in Lutheran commentaries, particularly ones by the Missouri Synod. The other synods don't publish commentaries because those Lutheran denominations aren't healthy enough to do so. But the issue I have with a lot of Lutheran commentaries, particularly ones from the Missouri Synod, is they're fixated on infant baptism. Absolutely fixated on infant baptism. There's and the underpinnings of infant baptism in the Missouri Synod is a kind of phenomenological grace. So you'll often hear sacraments, particularly not so much the Eucharist, particularly infant baptism, as a means of grace. Grace as a magic stuff that is built into infant baptism, and when a baby gets baptized, it gets this. God performs this miracle of grace stuff, and it gives the baby grace stuff so that the baby is saved. Yeah, if you don't have that grace stuff from baptisms, you're going to hell. So, So Concordia Publishing House and the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod have a very, very strong theological bent in their literature. I don't know how much that would play into an Exodus commentary. I haven't read the Exodus commentary, okay? So I would have to look at that commentary and I'd have to see how good it is. I don't like commenting on books I haven't read, but generally I have avoided things from Concordia Publishing House for that reason. Okay? Because, I just sort of groan every time I see that use of infant baptism in that way. So, but again, I don't know for sure. So it might be perfectly fine. It might even be good commentary. I just haven't read it. But that's been my experience with anything dealing with Concordia Publishing House. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Is anyone going to do a Fitbit to measure phenomenological grace?
Stuff can be measured.
The Count of Marcy says, why does everyone argue about who are the sons of God, whether they are angels or men, but Jesus says he is the son of man? Yeah. Because they don't understand what son of man means. Oh, you retracted it. Oh, come on. You should have left it there. Well, I got the copy. You can't get out of it now, Count of Mercy. You retract it after I show it doesn't help you. It's already public record. Well, but it's actually a really good point. It's the fact that people don't talk more about Son of Man is because they don't understand it. I mean, I think if people understood what Son of Man actually meant, yeah, it would be a lot more controversial than the Sons of God. A lot more controversial. Because the only description we have for a Son of Man is in Daniel. And that is clearly a divine being. So I think you've touched on something here that's really interesting and something that's worth exploring as to why people don't have that knee-jerk reaction to Christ calling himself the Son of Man. But boy, they will argue over the sons of God. Okay. Next one here, and we got 2 more super chats here. The next one here is from Chow Yi. I think it's for 6 Myanmar Rand, I believe, is it Myanmar? I don't know. But 6, whatever. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. He asks, can bodybuilding and athletics be Christian art? Ooh, that one is controversial. I don't. What do you think? I don't think it qualifies.
Bodybuilding is art.
Yeah.
I think bodybuilding falls under categories of the Olympics where it can give God the glory.
Yeah, I think it's something that can give God glory. I think both bodybuilding and athletics can give God glory. But when we talk about, say, Christian art, we're talking about creative expressions that are used to communicate ideas. Okay? And bodybuilding and athletics really doesn't do that. So, um, Gandalf says, "What do you mean bodybuilding and athletics? Maintaining a healthy body is biblical." Yeah, it's absolutely biblical. We're not saying that it's not. We're talking about is it Christian art? Okay, yeah, bodybuilding and athletics. We can all agree that that's biblical. It's healthy. It's something you should do.
As long as you don't push it to.
As long as you don't push it to an extreme.
Bodybuilders
Okay.
can push themselves.
Yeah, as long as you don't push it to its extreme. Yeah, we are in totally agreement that it's biblical. It's a good thing to do. We have no problem with athletics or bodybuilding. That's not the question.
Art is supposed to make you see things in a different.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to think of the guy who framed the.
Oh. Yeah. I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I can't think of his name either. The guy who did the soup can paintings. Yeah.
Yeah, by putting that framer.
Yeah.
He made you see a soup can.
Andy Warhol.
Andy Warhol.
Yeah.
Andy Warhol did a lot in the area of what is art.
Yeah, he did a lot in the area of what is art. And a lot of Gavy Falk did too, who just passed away. So, yeah, there are a lot of artists that have tried to engage the what is art question. But here's the thing. I think one of the things we can determine about what is art is more or less what it is not. If it doesn't have a message, if it doesn't have, say, a creative aspect to it, if it doesn't have an artifact. A lot of art has an artifact to it. So, does it have a theme? Does it have a moral? Does it have does it require human effort to create? Now, yes, bodybuilding does require human effort to create, but you're not creating a bodybuilding. You're creating a body. Okay? When I go and do, say, write a novel, I've got a message in here. I've got a theme. I've got creative effort in here. And it's used, and there's an artifact. There's a book. You can read the text. The book, but when you're doing bodybuilding, you're just building the body. Okay, so while bodybuilding is healthy, athletics is healthy, all that, and as I said, no problem with either one of those, but it's not really art, because at the end of the day, you're not making really a communication with it. You can stand up and bodybuild and you can make a pronouncement, okay? But the art doesn't actually communicate that. I do a little, let's say I make a little silver cross. I have communicated something with that silver cross. Okay? Andrew Graham, tattooing is an art. Now I'll agree with. Tattooing is an art. Some of it. Some of it's pretty bad too.
Just bad.
Yeah, if you get your a tattoo done in a foreign language, do check it out with an expert in the language first. Just saying. And do get spell checked. Okay? Yeah, you can communicate something with a tattoo. You can communicate a message with a tattoo. You can communicate a theme with a tattoo. Even if it's a heart with mom on it. That communicates a message. That is a kind of art. Muscles doesn't really communicate a message. So I would basically have to say here that as much as bodybuilding and athletics is helpful, and it's a great activity, and you should do it, it's also not Christian art.
The difference, like the definition.
Yeah.
Bodybuilding.
It is a kind of craft, yes, but it's not even a craft, it's an activity. Yeah, it's not you're not going to get there's no artifact, there's no theme, there's no message in bodybuilding. I mean, the guy can, as a say, get up and say a message, but that's not the art itself. So, Udamiel says, I guess the body could be considered the subject of the art. Oh, absolutely. The body could be the subject of the art that glorifies God and creation and its capabilities. One way of looking at it is, but here's the thing. You would get more. I mean, a guy who does an illustration of a bodybuilder does art. Because they're taking what's in the real world and they are translating it to another medium. Okay? There's no translation. There's no interpretation. There's no message. There's no theme with bodybuilding. So a guy who draws a bodybuilder, that's art. A guy who builds his muscles up to be a bodybuilder, that's not art. Christian workout gear? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Christian workout music? Yes. Christian workout music, that would be art. Because you're then taking an idea and you're translating it to a medium. So yeah, I'm gonna have to just. I think we're just gonna have to say no on this one. Again, this is something you should be doing. Taking care of your body, doing athletics. Bodybuilding is a great activity for doing that, if not taken to excess. But it's not art. So, but then anyway, thank you for that interesting and provocative question. We got a good discussion out of that. So, definitely worth asking. Okay, our final super chat here is from PA888 for $19.99. Thank you for that generous super chat. And here she says, I would like to support a question. So the last one is a support question. What do we have?
So,
what's in our magic bag?
We are going to
Mr. White. 918, okay.
First visitor.
Okay.
He's been trying to comply.
Okay, 918.
Things that David and weren't kings of.
Okay, 918. Still scrolling up here. Still scrolling up. Okay, Dr. Falk has a magic bag of questions. Oh, you bet. Okay, 918. All right, here's the question we'll be taking, and this will probably be our final question of the night, unless we have anything pressing. Okay, so this will be the final question of the night, which is a good thing because we're almost at 1 o'clock here. So, okay, Mr. White asks, and with special dispensation from Mrs. Producer, because he's a first-time visitor, we'll take Mr. White's question as the sponsor's question here. So thank you, PA888, for that support. He says, heard some claims that David and Solomon weren't kings of a large united monarch kingdom in Israel. Thoughts? Okay, here's the thoughts on this. This is the sort of the rhetoric of biblical minimalism. Okay, Now, biblical minimalism was kind of the hot thing in the late 70s, early 80s. And it was the idea that David and Solomon, they weren't kings. They might have been local chiefs of around Judah, Jerusalem, but that was the extent of their influence. Okay. Now, this has been championed by guys like Van Cedars, Lemke, Davies, Tommy Thompson, Israel Finkelstein. So basically, the biblical minimalists who doubt, say, the biblical accounts. All right. So that was. So that sort of is your biblical minimalist camp. That basically there's almost nothing in the Bible you can trust, and everything is basically propaganda. Propaganda to prop up a glorious past that never existed. So that's biblical minimalism for you in a nutshell. Okay, and that's where these claims come from. Now, when Israel Finkelstein and Silverman wrote their book, I believe 20, 30 years ago now, they might have had a reasonable case for some of this. But then things started to be discovered. And as Udamiel said here, the Tel Dan Stela was sort of the first crack in this artifice. And basically, the Tel Dan Stela talks about the House of David. So already, like before the ink was even dry on Finkelstein and Silverman's unearthing the Bible, it had already been refuted in its view of the Davidic kingdom. Okay? Now, the question then just starts to become, how extensive was David and Solomon's kingdom? Okay. Now, this is where things get interesting. Because we've started to find things in the Shephelah that are indicative of a Davidic kingdom. At the Israelite side of the Shephelah. Now, the Shephelah Valley was sort of it's a valley. Towards the west were Philistine cities. On the east were Israelite cities. And the two sort of fought for the land between the two sort of lines of cities. Okay? But they started finding Israelite inscriptions in those cities. And one of them was a Hebrew abacadary. And an abacadary is basically a writing practice where one writes out the alphabet. So to find an abacadary among the Israelite remains in the Shephelah, dating to the time of David, does seem to indicate that the influence of the Davidic kingdom under King David was a lot more extensive than just around Jerusalem. Gandalf the Base. The what? Abacadary. I will spell it out for you here. Abacadary. I think that's how it's spelled. If it isn't spelled that way, don't shoot me, please. Okay. Yeah. And if you look at abacadary, you see A, B, C, D, and that's an abacadary. It's a listing of the alphabet in order. You've never heard that word? It's a cool word. Yeah, Mama's going to be so bad. So sad she missed out on a cool word. So yeah, it's a cool word. Okay, so now you've got, say, um, various aspects um, of the Davidic kingdom showing up very far away from Judah. If it's outside of Judah, then what you've got now is a united monarchy. Because we have to remember that David's sphere of influence is supposed to be the tribe of Judah. He's if he's this little tiny potentate, holed up in Jerusalem and Hebron, that's his entire sphere of influence should be around those major cities in Judah. If he's just a tribal chief, but if he has, say, control of things far off in other tribal holdings, well, that's evidence of a Davidic kingdom. Okay? So, what we have then is that first, say, Davidic, evidence of a Davidic kingdom. Now, in the case of Solomon, we got a lot less evidence for Solomon. We don't really have much evidence for Solomon at all. But we have evidence of David. We have evidence of the extent of his kingdom. We have evidence of his palace. Elat Mazar excavated his palace. And it's no question it dates to the time of David. So he had palaces. He had fortresses far away from Judah. There was a form of literacy that was a kind of Hebrew. So you take all of this together, and modern scholarship now basically admits there's a Davidic kingdom. There is a Davidic kingdom. We're only now debating over how big it was. Presumably, Solomon had an even larger kingdom. Because the fact is that, David spends a lot of his reign killing Philistines. Okay, that's what David spends a lot of his reign doing, is killing Philistines, securing the land. So Solomon is going to inherit that conquest that David does. Now, after Solomon, it becomes very clear. We do see that division of the monarchy. The two, and scholars really don't debate that division of the monarchy. Every biblical scholar I know of, will admit that there was a kingdom of Judah, starting with Rehoboam, and a kingdom of Israel, starting with Jeroboam the first. Where did that divided kingdom come from? It had to come from a large Solomonic kingdom. It's the only explanation for it. You don't just divide a country from nothing. Oh, we have no land. We have no, we're just a little tribal chief here in Dan, and we have another tribal chief down in Jerusalem. We got no land, but we're going to divide. That's not the way this works. It's mathematically a division by 0. Exactly. Okay, so everyone agrees about the divided monarchy. At least the major details. That those kings existed. That they were around. Nobody denies that. But just the reign before it, they're arguing whether or not he's a chief. And if he had any holdings at all. And I think that's just nonsense. Here in the middle of nowhere, yeah, exactly. Yeah, here in the middle of nowhere, we're going to divide nothing. So I have some issues with how some of these arguments go at times because they just don't make a lot of sense. Just it's just silliness at times. Yeah, Udamiel says, "Yikes, that is a very bad argument." Yeah, it sure is. But what a lot of those minimalists used. Thankfully, um, you know, on both sides here are sort of moving into the middle here. Um, um, the minimalism has definitely taken a strong swing towards maximalism, and maximalism has taken a swing towards minimalism too, and they're sort of meeting in the middle. But I would say too, though, they're meeting more on the maximalist side than they are on the minimalist side, all considered. Yeah, there's some details of interpretation that maximalists have to move in on a bit. That's true, but no one has had to give up as much ground as the minimalists because the minimalists were making the big claims, the claims of non-existence. That there was no King David, that there was no Solomon, that there was no kingdom of Judah, and they've had to back off all of that. They've gone from saying there's no King David to saying, well, there's King David, but was he a big kingdom or a small kingdom? So they've had to cede the most ground on this. Whereas we might have to, on the maximal side, say cede some of the smaller details. But again, a lot of those details were not in the Bible, but a perception of the Bible. And frankly, I think those are good details to cede anyway. Any interpretation is subject to revision. Because frankly, interpretation can be wrong. And if we get an interpretation wrong, we should do the correction. I have no problem with that. United Monarchy House of David is actually a thing. Yeah, Scott, it's actually a thing. Okay. Andrew Graham asks, didn't Solomon govern the biggest kingdom of Israel? Yes, he did. Yeah, he governed Israel at its height. So at its very peak as a Israelite kingdom, Solomon was the big cheese. He had the largest piece of land. He had larger than his father David, and it was larger than any of his successors. So absolutely it was. Okay? All right, I think that covers that last question. So anyway, I'm gonna call it quits here because it's 1:00 or close to 1. You guys keep wanting that 24-hour live stream. 24 hours, all folk, all day, every day. No. But anyway, I want to thank everyone who joined us tonight for this live stream. We are so grateful that you joined us. We're thankful for your support. Oh, Damiel. Come on. You gotta let me sleep sometime. You gotta let me sleep sometime. Do I get any sleep? I mean, I've had less than 3 hours, so I am punchy. I mean, I've been up for about 30 hours. So. All right. Candle the base. I don't need sleep. I need answers. 5 hours of answers isn't enough for you? All right. We are going to call it here, though. I want to thank everyone who support us with your super chats. We are really, really grateful. We really depend upon those super chats for funding to keep bringing these to you. So we want to thank you for that. Without that, we couldn't do this. So we really, really appreciate that. We also want to thank our Patreon subscribers who... thanks, Jack. Jack just posted. Dark City sleep now. for $50. Thank you for that generous super chat. We really appreciate it. Also, really want to thank our Patreon and our YouTube membership supporters. You keep the equipment functioning. We have some equipment that's starting to give up the ghost again, so we are really grateful for that support. So thank you so very much. We have a 13-year-old graphics card that could use a serious replacement. So yeah, it's the one on my computer right here, 13 years old. Yeah, we don't let's just say we get the most life out of our equipment. We squeeze every cycle out of it. And finally, we want to thank those who watch our videos, hit that like and subscribe button, and share the URLs with other social media platforms. You guys get the message out. With that said, thank you very much for joining us tonight. We're glad you could be here, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.